All right. All right. All right. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. We're just going to give it a few minutes while I get something ready.
What do you guys? Okay. All right. So, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? First thing we're doing today is we're going to look at some of Asmongold's recent political videos because recently I watch Asmongold, but mostly for like learning about new games, which ones are good, which ones aren't good, figuring out what I want to play, stuff like that. But apparently he's like the #1 political streamer on a couple of platforms now. And I haven't really watched any of his political videos, so we're gonna do a handful of those today. Um, then we're gonna do, then we're gonna break it up with some gaming stuff that's not to do with Asmongold. Just a video that kind of blew up on YouTube recently about woman in video games, which is sort of topical to my channel, what we do here. And we're gonna check out the new Borderlands game because I'm a huge fan, and they released a gameplay trailer, I guess. I don't think it's really a trailer. It's more like a, I don't know. It's like a description, explanation, something like that. They put out an expansive gameplay video, so I want to check that out. And then we're going to check out some of Notsoerudite's recent and not so recent whatever podcast appearances and see if she's really that good at giving pushback, because I don't know. I watched her Jim Bob debate and I liked it. I thought she did pretty well. She fell apart on force doctrine because everybody does. But yeah, dog's playing with a toy back there. But yeah, we're gonna check that out. We're gonna start with Asmongold though, and I went and I found a recent video. I think this is like his most recent political video. I see Netanyahu in the background, so it's gonna be something to do with Israel. And yeah, here we go. So let's see what this whole political version of Asmongold is all about, because I'm curious. Let's see what's up with this.
I could never understand how this simple truth evades the leaders of France, Britain, Canada, and others. They're now proposing to establish a Palestinian state and reward these murderers with the ultimate prize. Well, for 18 years, we had a de facto Palestinian state. It's called...
Now, I'm not going to make too many comments on the video that he's reacting to. I'm mostly here to see what's up with Asmongold and why the fact that he has become such a big political streamer has become so controversial recently.
Gaza. And what did we get? Peace? No. We got the most savage slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. You won't be surprised to learn that Hamas thanked President Macron and Prime Ministers Starmer and Carney for demanding that Israel end its war in Gaza immediately. Hamas was right to thank them, because by issuing their demand, replete with a threat of sanctions against Israel, not Hamas, these three leaders effectively said they want Hamas to remain in power. They want Israel to stand down.
Am I the only person who just does not want to get involved in this shit? Like, this is, I don't want to be involved in this. Like, why is France getting involved in this shit? Like, this is the way I feel at the United States. Like,
all right, so far we got a little classic new neoconservative anti-interventionalism. Because when I was growing up, the Republicans were like the war hawks. They wanted to get involved with everything. But recently it's kind of been like the opposite. And yeah, that seems to be the attitude so far. Pretty standard stuff.
it's like, oh my god, this is just some infinity fucking war that's going on. This holy war has nothing to do with it. Yes, it has nothing to do with me, man. Like, holy fuck.
And accept that Hamas's army of mass murderers will survive, rebuild, and repeat the October 7th massacre again and again and again, because that's what...
How many African countries have this shit happen all the time? Like, this shit happens everywhere. Am I crazy? Like, I just... Like, I understand that it's a problem, and I think everybody agrees Hamas is bad, but I don't...
Yeah, I mean, everyone agrees Hamas is bad. Wi-Fi, how long am I on today? Probably 4 to 5 hours. We'll see how tired I get. It's only 7:30 here, so. But you're not appearing in my chat box on screen. Why is that? Text color white, background color black. Show messages. Always show messages. That might, maybe that's it. Huh. It's on screen. Why isn't it showing up? Hey, Wi-Fi, say something else. I want to see if I just fixed it. Oh, there you are. Okay. Can we make the... Oh, actually, I know why I can't read it. All right. There. I fixed it. But yeah, I'll be on for a bit. We're going to be going over a handful of different things today. Okay. I do want to make it a little bigger, but I'll figure that out another time. That's good enough for now. So far, basic conservative take, or current conservative take, because that was never the case in the past. But anti-interventionalist. Let's see if he couples the anti-interventionalism with the we should be taking care of the people at home that conservatives say and then don't do.
I don't want to send infinity money to Israel to solve this problem. This is come on, man. Is our number one ally? Uh-huh.
Hamas is vowed to do. I say to President Macron, Prime Minister Carney, and Prime Minister Starmer, when mass murderers, rapists, baby killers, and kidnappers thank you, you're on the wrong side of justice.
Oh my
You're on the
God.
wrong side of humanity. And you're on the wrong side of history. Now, these leaders may think that they're advancing peace. They're not. They're emboldening Hamas to continue fighting forever. And they give them hope to establish a second.
How about Israel fatigue? I think a lot of people have Israel fatigue. I do. I think that there are a lot of Americans that have Israel fatigue. Now,
That's reasonable. I don't think it's like Israel fatigue. I think it's just like Middle Eastern conflict fatigue. Like the ones that we were involved in, the ones that we're not involved in, just there always is something over there. So that's fair.
Now, here's the reasons why people have war fatigue. I think that there is a degree of war fatigue, and I think that's true too. But let's talk about why I think people have Israel fatigue. Hamas fatigue? Well, the difference is that everybody agrees Hamas is bad. Like, Hamas, bad. Yeah, oh,
Yeah, well, not quite everybody.
wow. Big surprise. Terrorist organization that kills people that go against them is bad.
Most conservatives are not conservative because what exactly are they trying to conserve? Who knows? I mean, I feel like in spite of the fact that they're like really confused about what their actual conservative values are right now, they somehow just stick together as like a group. Like you have like the Christian ethicists on the one hand, like Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob and that little gang. And then you have like the toe the party line conservatives. You've got like your Charlie Kirks, your Daily Wire people. And then you have like Trump, and who the knows what's going on with him at any given time. I don't. But for some reason, they're able to like hold rank. Like when progressives started going too far and liberals were like, what are you doing, gang? It just fell apart. The whole thing fell apart. Like it all just fell apart. And now they can't win anything. It's just, it's weird. It's very strange. But yeah, I don't even know what conservatives are anymore, to be completely honest, because there's so many different types of conservatives. It's just like, it depends on which one you're asking.
Duh, right? Everybody knows this. And so, or almost everybody, right? And so anyway, the difference with Israel is that Israel constantly puts itself out there as being I think that they constantly invoke the bad things that happened with World War II, and they view it as some form of, like, it feels to me, at least, as some form of collective guilt that the Western world has that they somehow owe Israel, which I very much disagree with. Like, I don't owe them anything for something that happened that, my grandfather fought in a war to stop this from happening to you. I don't need to send you more money. Like, that's crazy, number one. That's the way I feel about it. And number two, we saved them. Yes, we did. And so on top of that, guilt tripping, yes. Now, I think that's how many of you guys feel the exact same way? Your parents, grandparents, something like that. Like, how many of our families fought in a war to stop this from happening, and now we're being guilted into paying for it? Get the fuck out of here. And so you have this happening while, meanwhile, inside the United States, you have homeless veterans, you have a housing.
There it is. There it is. We should spend the money at home, but we're not going to.
Crisis, you have a healthcare crisis, you have 50 other crises, but the focus needs to be on sending bombs over to Israel so they can continue this war with this paramilitary organization that's been going on for years. Like, I'm sorry, but as an American citizen, in terms of the hierarchy of priorities, homeless veterans are higher to me.
Okay, but are they? Because aren't conservatives the one that cut all the social programs anytime they get a chance to help those homeless veterans? If this is just kind of like the classic conservative, like, we need to stop spending money abroad so we can spend it at home. But then they don't spend it at home. Like, if they spent it at home, I would believe them. And I'd be like, okay, I'm kind of on board with that. But they don't spend it at home.
Poor kids not eating food are higher than sending bombs to Israel.
The conservatives aren't feeding poor kids. At least the Republican Party politicians are not feeding poor kids with the money that they don't send to Israel. I mean, okay? It's just nonsense.
That's the way I feel about this. I do. And I think people
Hey, Godspeed, how you doing tonight, buddy?
have a fatigue from constantly being baited into, like, basically, I think this is emotional bullying into supporting this. It's the military-industrial complex. I know that. Everybody knows that. Everybody gets that. Stop funding both sides or just Israel?
Well, yeah, we individually can spend it at home before they take it, I guess. This is true.
What do you mean? Do you think that I want to fund Hamas? Who the fuck wants to fund Hamas?
His chat is just putting up a bunch of pictures of Hassan. True, he does. He would do that.
Obviously. Please try to separate Israel with the terrible government. We in Israel are sick of this shit too. I know that. But if you're an Israeli citizen, you have to be able to see it from my perspective as an American citizen, where you constantly have your government calling on our government and our taxpayers to foot the bill for this war that's been going on, whether it's on the right side or the wrong side of history. At the end of the day, it's not our pay. It's
Vosh, I haven't heard that name in a minute. I thought he fell off the face of the earth. You know what? We'll add him to the list to check out again. You know, he had a fascinating debate with Andrew Wilson. We might watch part of that. But yeah, we should check in on Vosh. How's he doing? You know? Just sending money to Hamas, I guess, and possibly looking at inappropriate photographs on his computer, most likely.
It's not our chapter in the book. Like, we can't solve every problem. Voting door, Jesus Christ, thank you for gifting all the subs. I appreciate it. Never feel like you have to give subs, though. Keep that in mind. But no other Republican gives a shit about homeless or veterans. They're trying to cut Medicaid. Sounds like you have two problems and are not connected to it. No, but Republicans give no shit. Republicans? Who's talking about Republicans? What? Like, why would I give a fuck about Republicans? That's not...
Well, you've been, like, semi-shilling for Trump for, like, months now. I'm pretty sure.
I'm not thinking about... That's stupid.
Palestinian state, from which Hamas will again seek to destroy the Jewish state. And mind you, it's not going to be a state free of Hamas. When you establish a Palestinian state, we've seen it. The radicals take over. Iran sends them in and they take over. So don't give us this talk. It'll be a peaceful Palestinian state. It won't be.
Jesus Christ. This is on the other side of the world. I just want to stop funding this. I do. I want to stop funding this. I want to stop enabling this. I want to start fighting this fucking war. This is a waste of our fucking money. Like, it's insane. Like, really, it's fucking insane. I agree with Netanyahu. In a lot of ways, I do too, but it's not our fucking problem.
I will agree with Asmongold here a bit. Stopping sending money overseas doesn't really, like, it's not like the government takes that check and gives it to, like, homeless vets. That's just not how it works at all. It would be nice if that's how it worked, and then I would be way more on board with that. But it's... Are we enabling it? That's kind of the question. I mean, they would still be doing it no matter what. I don't really know that we're enabling it, but we are involved in a lot of things right now. I don't know if we should be involved in all of them. This one's been going on for literally decades. And I don't know. Like, I feel like Israel could have taken care of this problem a long time ago if they really wanted to. It just doesn't feel like they are. I don't know. But
that's what it comes down to. And maybe I'm a horrible person for saying this, but it's not our fucking problem. And we have other problems that do exist. Yes, they'll make it our problem. Surely they'll make it our problem. That's when average Americans be able to afford. Yes, dude. Average Americans to be able to afford houses, cars, and foods to live with dignities. Until that happens, I don't give a good goddamn it what happens all the way over there. Yes, people have such fatigue from this. It's insane. I think that's really the issue. He's right, and they probably won't be peaceful if they get their statehood, but that's not our problem. Technically, that's Britain's problem. Yeah. The problem is Islamic extremism. Other problems stem from it, but that's literally what's causing this and what it's been for centuries. Well, then shouldn't you be... So if you think the problem is Islamic extremism, then shouldn't you be trying to look to work with the other developed Islamic countries that have a vested financial interest in the continuation of trade with the United States to make sure that they're able to keep this under control? Because I think that's exactly what Trump is doing. Do you want to know who knows how to control Islamic extremism? Is fucking Saudi Arabia does. They know how to control it because they know it. The UAE knows this shit. Qatar knows this shit. And yes, I know they fund the crazy people too. I get that. And that's bad. It's bad that they do that. But at the same time, they're the ones that they're even the ones saying that we over in Britain, not we, people over in Britain are having a bigger problem with it than they are. They're the ones stopping it because they know what it is.
They could have taken care of the problem like 3,500 years ago. Yeah. Theoretically. That's possible. Asmongold's kind of right here. If we're talking about just like the general conflict over there, it's kind of our problem because we do rely on a lot of trade from that area. He is correct that there are certainly countries that do know how to deal with it, and one of them is definitely Saudi Arabia. They're just not really doing anything right now, because they take care of Saudi Arabia and they don't really worry too much about everything else. In like a military sense, they're much more concerned with just keeping up their trade and financial status. But I mean, Israel needs to take care of their little problem that they're having. And this guy, Netanyahu, he isn't doing it. I mean, just like haphazardly throwing bombs over there. If he really wanted to take care of this, like once and for all, he'd have to take over the entire city or the whole entire strip and basically institute martial law, root out all of the members of Hamas one at a time, and do whatever he's going to do with them. Because the way he's going about it now is A, not functionally working, and B, it's just pissing half the planet off because of all the dead people. And back to A, it's not solving the problem. So
Qatar is using slaves? So what? What are we now, the world police? So I don't give a fuck. This is it. Where is Qatar? I don't know where's Qatar. Where is it? This isn't my fucking problem. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't have enough energy to give a fuck about every one of these problems that's happening around the world. And I think nobody else does either. And I think these constant fucking calls to it just make it more and more complicated. Can you calm down before you say something inferior? It's not even inferior. That's not even what's going on. It's the opposite. They're the ones that are addressing it and they know what the
chat's like, whoa, Asmon, don't get canceled on us. Don't do it again.
fuck is going on. We're in no position to be helping anybody. Yes. So they're not great examples on how to solve problems? No, they have their own culture, and their culture understands Islamic extremism better than our culture does, because their culture is rooted in Islamic traditions, unlike our culture. So allow them to understand the problem, allow them to deal with the problem, empower them to solve it, because we can't solve the problem ourselves, because we are a completely different culture.
All right, hold on. Does he want us to empower them to solve it, or to not be involved?
We don't understand them. We don't speak their language. We don't believe in their religion. We're not part of their culture. Why the fuck are we constantly trying to play God over there? Big surprise, they're mad.
It's because we rely on a lot of trade with the region. We do. That's why we're trying to play God over there. It's probably not the best idea, but that's why we're doing it.
I don't know how this isn't fucking obvious. And also, by the way, we've been trying to do this for 20 years, and we've replaced the Taliban with the Taliban. Let's try something different. Really? I don't know, man. That's what I think. I know. Maybe I sound crazy for saying this, but that's the way I feel about it myself.
No, why are we trying to play God and not mean it? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. It really... I don't know. But we're here to talk about Asmongold, okay? We're here to talk about Asmongold. Pretty standard, basic, kind of like Midwest conservative political take. Kind of center-right political take. And yeah, that was pretty basic. I pulled up a couple more of his recent videos. Let's go over this, because this was insane, as Asmongold says.
After the deadly shooting of...
Let's go over, yeah. All right, so we got Asmongold on the DC shooting situation is insane. Let's go over this with our new buddy here.
After the deadly shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers last night at the nation's capital. The victims were leaving an event held by the American Jewish Committee. We do have the latest photo.
That really looks bad. That really looks bad. If it's an American Jewish event and it's not something that is explicitly for Israel, this looks very not good.
Of those victims. Metropolitan Police Department officials identifying the suspect as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago. Fox News' Gary Bumgarden joining us now to report on the latest.
Tolerate anti-Semitism.
Law enforcement in...
They only got the last 2 words of her, looks like Syrax, if Syrax took a shower and wasn't a goblin. I don't know who that is.
Washington, D.C. say 2 staff members of the...
I mean, you heard her say it.
Semitism. Tolerate anti-Semitism.
Was this from the Twitch headquarters or from Chicago? Sorry, did they explain
True. Twitch is wild.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Law enforcement in Washington, D.C. say 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy are dead after being shot while leaving an event Wednesday night at the Capitol Jewish Museum.
Ooh.
The suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside of the museum.
Yep.
He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire.
We heard between 10 to 15 gunshots, roughly.
Wow.
Tragically, the male and female victims were a couple preparing to be engaged.
That's messed up. That's sad. That's a bummer. Super unfortunate. I mean, obviously, things like this happen all the time. But super unfortunate, and now their deaths are going to be this giant political nightmare. What a mess. What a mess.
Jesus.
The young man purchased
Dude thinks he's Luigi Mangione over here.
a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend.
After the attack,
What? He just bought a ring, bro? Come on.
witnesses in the museum saw a man run in
Yep.
before tensions flared.
The security guard happened to let this guy in. I guess they were thinking that he was a victim. He was in shock.
How do you ruin Slipknot? Like, I mean, lolcows are generally, oh! I think I know who you're talking about now. Is he the one that was on live, like, talking about how he would do that stuff? Yeah, I'll write it down. I'll write it down. We'll look at him. We'll check it out in a bit. When we get to the end of everything I have planned. Oh, I don't know how to spell.
And, you know, some of the people at the event brought him water.
Yeah, I handed him water. I've never interacted with the murderer before.
He's like, somebody called cops, bring the cops in. When the cops actually came in, he said, I did this. He said, sir, I'm unarmed. He put his hands up. He grabbed a red keffiyeh out of his pocket and started the Free Palestine chants.
Once in handcuffs, police say the suspect told them where he stashed the gun, and they were able to recover it.
There is no active threat in our community.
In a post to Truth Social, President Donald Trump wrote in part, quote, hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. This deadly shooting comes in the wake of increasing Israeli military operations across the Gaza Strip as IDF forces try to eliminate Hamas militants and free remaining hostages. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
All right, Gary, thank you so much for that detailed report. Again, taking you back out to the nation.
This kind of flies in the face of the last video we watched, because that video is more recent, not by much, by like a couple of weeks. And he's like, we need to get out of the situation. But like, the situation is here. We've got protests. We've got, like, the situation does affect us. It's not affecting us in like a military sense, domestically. But a lot of other, you know, bad things are happening over here because of this conflict.
Capital outside of that Israeli embassy. Just tragic news where 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy were killed. We do want to continue to follow the very latest developments. Now checking in with our content partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as they speak with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
Let's see what they say.
Capital has left 2 Israeli embassies.
Wow.
9 o'clock last night, there was an event at the the Capitol Jewish Museum, which is actually just a few.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was just wondering the same thing. How did the news scuff that so badly? Holy shit.
There were 12-year-olds on Xbox Live that had better audio than that.
Bro. Exactly.
What the hell is this?
Blocks away from the U.S. Capitol building.
It's like the audio version of my video quality. Jeez.
This couple walking out of that museum was gunned down. Now, whether they were specifically targeted, it's not clear. But as the gunman was taken into custody, the suspected gunman, he was yelling "Free, free Palestine," and police say that that chant continued even after he was taken into custody. So, you know, the motive.
If the people that are big advocates of Palestine don't, like, pretty much unequivocally condemn this in every single way, and if...
Oh, they won't. They won't. I've already seen Twitter. They won't. They didn't. They won't. A few of them did. But, like, the main ones? No, they didn't. Nope.
they run even a 1% of defense for this, this will, I think, massively shift the sentiment in the public against their movement in a way that I think is irreparable. I do. This will, yeah, it will end the movement. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's...
I don't think it'll end the movement because they've been shilling for this stuff since the beginning. And they did it. And there's still a movement. I don't know.
They're not condoning it. That's not enough.
Seems pretty evident there. Whether these individuals themselves were specifically targeted beyond their association, that the fact that they were coming out of
already defending and supporting it. I'll look at the Reddit stuff after this.
This museum.
Yeah, exactly. They're already defending it. Like Twitter, all over Twitter, Reddit, everywhere.
Isn't entirely clear. We're still in early stages here, but just given what's going on right now with Israel and Gaza and the protests we've seen, the anti-Israel protests we've seen.
Like from the river into the sea? Yeah, I think. I feel like if Netanyahu actually wanted to do that, he would have done it already. Like, he's really, I feel like he's really overcomplicating this. Like, if he wanted the conflict to be over, he would have ended it already.
Around the country. This obviously is getting a lot of attention around the globe, and what we're hearing from Israel right now is that they're stepping up security at their facilities around the world in response to what happened here in Washington last night.
Yeah, just a young couple, heartbreaking to see their photos. We understand that apparently they were about to get engaged, so we do understand that they were a couple. What do we know about the alleged shooter, Doug? I heard from Chicago, is that right?
That's correct. That's what police are telling us. 30 years old.
Senator Omar refused to give a statement on it today. I mean, I've been trying to say this shit was bad. I've tried to say that these people are absolute poison to their movement, and they're going to make it worse. I've tried so hard, guys. I've tried so much. But in the end, it didn't even matter, and it happened anyway. Wow.
All right, let's learn about this shooter, though.
Arrested here, and
it's a false flag. 2 people are still dead.
I highly doubt it's a false flag. I think there are plenty of pro-Palestine people that are extreme enough to do this. Like, it's peer pressure that's overcomplicating things. Yeah, in a way. But I feel like what he's doing instead is worse. Like, it's making it worse. Like, he could just move in, militarize the entire zone, pick out the Hamases one at a time, and then leave. And then they wouldn't have to do so much bombing. And that would be better. At least, like, to the public eye. I don't know. I'm not there.
Yeah, they're still dead. That doesn't matter. What matters is how people are reacting to it.
They say that he was spotted kind of pacing outside the museum, but they don't have prior interactions with him that we know of. So, you know, that aspect of this still remains something of a mystery.
And Doug, moving over to the big, beautiful bill, we've been talking a lot about that.
Is this the
lawmakers have been working really around the
story, just tragic news. And then we are learning more about the victims as I transition the screen. If you're just now tuning in, showing you.
Damn, what a bummer. Good looking couple. They basically just said absolutely nothing about the shooter. So that was cool for them to introduce that segment and then just move on without actually telling us anything. That was cool.
Those 2 victims, again, learning that they were engaged to be married. The D.C. shooting where 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy.
This is also the worst optics, where you have some like fat neckbeard that goes out and shoots 2 young, attractive people that are getting engaged.
True.
It looks really bad.
It looks really bad. I mean, they're a beautiful couple. And I saw a picture of the shooter, and he is, as Asmongold has just described him, really terrible optically. So, like, if it was a false flag, I guess it was effective-ish, but I highly doubt that. I mean, it just seems like something that would naturally occur.
It does. This is the same, and I guarantee you, like, you're not going to see girls simping for this guy the same way they did for Luigi.
Yeah, but we kind of already have on Twitter and Reddit and in the crazy extreme activist communities.
I told you.
were killed. Let's check in now with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC, as they do have team coverage this morning.
Appreciate you joining us here on Fox 5 at 6 a.m. Also streaming on Fox Local. And we start this morning with the Fox 5 News alert: a deadly double shooting in the district.
The victims, two staff members of the Israeli embassy. The pair were gunned down last night while leaving an event at a Jewish museum in Northwest D.C.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. Stephanie Ramirez has been getting reaction from the Jewish community in D.C., including people who were at the museum as the shooting unfolded.
But we begin with Makia in our newsroom with the latest on that investigation. Makia.
Good morning, Steve Marissa. The shooting happened around 9 o'clock last night outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum along 3rd and F Streets. And this morning, the Embassy of Israel to the U.S. identified the victims as Yaron and Sarah. The embassy shared this image of the couple, saying the embassy is heartbroken by their murders. Well, now to video that you first saw here on Fox 5 of the person believed to be the suspect. Police identifying him as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from...
Oh, yeah. Just look at this guy. Just look at this guy. This is the worst optics ever. Some basement dwelling cringe lord kills like a beautiful couple. Just awful. I seen a commie give a piss poor defense for Luigi. I seen commies give piss poor defenses for absolutely everything they believe. They're a joke.
Chicago. In that video, he can be heard yelling, "Free, free Palestine." Authorities say Rodriguez was seen pacing outside of the museum before the shooting. He then walked inside after opening fire. He was quickly detained by the security. Now, Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, is calling this a, quote, act of targeted violence. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
It is absolutely an act of targeted violence.
Yeah, duh.
It's not even a question.
Why would we need to call it that?
I mean, obviously they have to investigate it, and I'm speaking as a layman, and so a police officer has a higher standard of this than I do. But yes, it's very obvious this is happening.
Super obvious.
Has spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser insisting that there's no ongoing threat.
The horrific incident is going to frighten a lot of people in our city and in our country. And I want to be clear that we will not tolerate this violence or hate in our city.
I spoke to the President of the United States multiple times tonight on behalf of the President. His prayers are with all of us, all of the Jewish community, everyone in Washington, D.C., state, local, and federal agencies, and our great U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, who will be...
Do you think this will label the protesters as terrorists now, and it'll do a crackdown? No. But I do think that it will cause this this group, because this is what I'm assuming is going to happen. I am assuming that this group of people is so brain broken that they will be unable and unwilling to condemn this person who did this shooting, and even some of them will be celebrating it. And this will cause them to lose a tremendous amount of mainstream support. And I think that without that mainstream support, what's going to happen is it will galvanize the government and other types of, authoritative agencies to be more aggressive with treating them as if they're problematic groups of people, like the KKK, for example. And I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying this is the perspective that people are going to have. And it's going to normalize that behavior.
Yeah, I semi-agree. I definitely don't think that this is going to empower anyone to label them as like a terrorist organization, but it's really bad optics. It could definitely lead to more cracking down on the protesters, cracking down on the whole ideology. It definitely adds fuel to the idea of defunding the campuses that are allowing this type of stuff to happen. Yeah.
They never condemned them. Yeah, exactly.
Prosecuting this case, we'll be doing everything in our power to keep all citizens safe.
Yep.
Israeli Prime Minister.
Do they have the death penalty in DC? I'm not sure. he's definitely going to jail forever. Like, obviously. He did it like in broad daylight. There were witnesses. He stayed, waited for the police, turned himself in immediately. Yeah, he's gonzo. Adios, amigo.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he is, quote, shocked by the, quote, horrific anti-Semitic shooting. He has stepped up security.
Like how you guys act towards Trump and how you refuse to admit he does anything wrong. You're celebrating this horrible bill. Not only is your English wrong because you don't know how to use the proper form of your, but also you are saying you guys, you don't know what my viewpoints are. You're just basically... You're playing, like, actually, let's ban, we're gonna ban him just for being retarded.
Doesn't Asmongold stream like all day, every day, and give his opinion on basically everything? Wouldn't his chat kind of know his opinions? I don't know if he ever admits Trump did stuff wrong, but I feel like his chat would know. I feel like banning this person is a little excessive.
Oh, never mind. I can't. His message is gone. Who cares? And so anyway, yeah, there you go. But no, that has nothing to do with what I was saying. What are the chances they call for the death penalty if this guy's found guilty? I mean, I would say pretty high. Trump never condemned the Nazi that that drove through a gathering in Charlottesville. What do you say on that?
I thought he did. I mean, it was like kind of vague, but I thought he did.
Are you gonna say sorry? Do you want to say sorry? Uh-oh. It looks like there's no response. He's not roaching out, is he? Guys, wait, you didn't just make something up and now you're getting called out for it and you're roaching out. Reap what you sow, Trumpers. You voted for radicalization. Trump won of radicalization. Munz, come on. You don't have a single, like, there's nothing you're going to say. You should fact check him. Great idea. Let's fact check him. Here it is. All right, so here's the...
He had that shit ready to go. Wow.
Quote. I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. So I was wrong? That's correct. Whenever you're talking about Trump voting for radicalization, look in the mirror.
All embassies around the world. Guys?
And reaction from last night's shooting is pouring in, as you said, from all over. Many saying they didn't know what was happening.
The couple killed as they were leaving the museum after an apparent event there. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez live in Northwest this morning with more from the scene. Steph.
Hey guys, we're learning a little bit more about the fear and the terror that was felt last night. The calls are coming in for an active shooter at the museum. Now, obviously, this is still a very protected scene at this hour. We're some 9 hours out, but I want to show you.
Yo, pointing a firearm at a beautiful woman and pulling the trigger is the most incel thing you could possibly do. Like, I literally can't even fathom that idea. Like, even if you, like, sure, you have these massive ideological disagreements, you think they're genociders or whatever. To be standing in America on the side of a road in DC and to point a firearm at like a woman and pull the trigger is the most incel fucking thing you could do on earth, for sure. I can't think of anything more incel than that. That's just like insane. I'm totally radical, dude. Hell yeah, Godspeed. Radical.
We're not at the front of the
museum.
museum.
Trump will issue a Muslim ban for the U.S.? No.
Just no neckbeard, okay?
This has nothing to do with Muslims. I don't even know if the guy was a Muslim. There are tons of people that are part of the Support Free Palestine movement that aren't Muslims. Like, what does this have to do with Muslims? Nothing. It's...
Yes, you're correct. He does always think of them first. Until he goes on a shooting spree.
Just a guy, like, you know what's funny is that I bet in a Muslim country, this would have had a much lower probability of happening.
It's actually down there,
like in
right
Saudi
at
Arabia?
traffic light, 3rd and F Streets Northwest over
Highly
there.
unlikely.
Now, the two killed, not just embassy staffers. They were a couple with plans to get married. The Israeli embassy and Israel's foreign ministry sharing their photo on social media. The ministry also wrote that Israelis, diplomats and representatives around the world stand on the front lines of Israel's diplomatic efforts, defending the country with their very lives, and that they will not be deterred by terror. Reverberations of this shooting is being felt all across the world, with condolences and vows to stand against anti-Semitism also being shared. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, as you heard, started speaking to this at last night's emergency news conference. Authorities also spoke about making sure to make contact with the city's Jewish institutions to make sure that they have any extra security needed this morning. Support also coming from the highest office. Israel's ambassador said he spoke with President Donald Trump last night on the phone. Here is some more from the ambassador.
The couple that was gunned down tonight in the name of Free Palestine. It's a young couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring this week.
We already heard this. Why is he watching some of the same stuff? Wi-Fi, have you watched some of the professional douche content? Is that a creator? I'm going to go ahead and say no, because I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you be more specific?
Week, with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem. They were a beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening in Washington's Cultural Center.
Not anymore.
I will say this. We are a resilient people. The people of Israel are.
I'll write him down. I got another one to check out later too. Actually, we have 3 to check out now next stream. Or maybe tonight if we finish up the stuff I have planned early.
Resilient people, and the people of the United States of America are resilient people.
Professional Douches channel. Okay, good. That's what I wrote down on my list.
Together we won't be afraid. Together we'll stand, and we're going to overcome moral depravity of people who think that they're going to achieve political gains through murder.
Guys, our crew on scene last night spoke with...
So we have another person, and this is another individual in Chad, and I just want you guys to see these kinds of people, right? You should have heard the words shared by a Republican representative on Fox News reacting to this in his anti-Arab and Islamophobic rhetoric. Do you completely and fully condemn this shooting and say that the person was an awful person? Like, do you completely condemn it and say that, you know, shooting these people was completely unjustified and it was awful? Of course. Okay, so then we're in agreement. I'm sure somebody had a bad take on it. Yeah, you're totally right. There's probably somebody out there that's an asshole that's using this to push some xenophobic...
Oh, definitely. I'm sure Fox News is doing the exact opposite of Twitter and Reddit right now. For sure.
You know, racist rhetoric. Yeah, sure, of course. That's bad.
With witnesses, many of them in disbelief that this happened, especially because of what this event was about. We'll have more of that in about 30 minutes. Guys.
Well,
all right, Stephanie, thank you. We're going to stay on.
So
all right. Reasonably pretty base takes from Asmongold during that one. Let's check out a couple more. She belongs in jail. I just like the title of this one. I don't know who this lady is, but
so when a client,
we're gonna find out momentarily.
Mayor, and so this is the let's see here. I just want to make sure that
Democratic Rep. LaMonica McIver has appeared before a judge virtually and has been ordered to surrender all her firearms and is barred from leaving the country. She faces up to 8 years in prison. What did she do? Who is this lady?
that you guys have an understanding. What did she do? And so she was the one that I believe was harboring illegal aliens in her house. So the ICE facility incident. So incident May 9th of 2025. McIver was charged with 2 counts of assaulting, resisting, and impeding law enforcement during an oversight visit to a detention facility in Newark. And so anyway, we're going to search up this person and you guys can see what they're doing, right? She punched a guard. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the video and we'll see it for ourselves.
We have a video.
So this
okay.
is the woman that did it right here. And she's the one. Remember, she says, I'm a congresswoman. I can touch whoever I want.
Why are they all fighting at this place? Where's the context?
Oh. 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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So this is the woman. Oh no. Smoking on the Lamana back. Dude, a congressional crash out. You don't see this every day. Oh my God. She wilding out. No, they can't.
You can talk to Congresswoman however you damn well please. It's America. This is the United States. Excuse me, ma'am?
Talk to you like that, but they can do something else.
They could talk to you like that and they can do something else.
Your credit, yeah. And so anyway, that's the person. So she fucked around and now she's finding out. Has appeared before a judge virtually and has been ordered to surrender all of her firearms and is barred from leaving the country. She faces up to 8 years.
What is the context for that video? Okay, we're going to find out. LaMonica McIver. LaMonica McIver. I guess we'll do Washington Post. What the? No. No, what? You can't even look at Washington Post? PolitiFact. Okay. Soon after U.S. Justice Department charged Representative LaMonica, oh, so she's from New Jersey, with assaulting federal agents. So that's basically it. It's just she was there. Why was she there, though? She didn't break in us. I don't care if she broke into song or not. That's silly. Why was she there? Come to this point, leaders who are trying to do their jobs, rather it's the mayor of the largest city, it's a judge. You know, we've seen this administration come attack after attack. You know, leaders for doing their job. What a nonsensical statement for her to make. Wow. Okay. Why was she there? At the ICE facility. Drop trespassing case. Okay, so she had other people there with her. So they paid an oversight visit and a scuffle broke out. Why? Okay, so they were having heated discussions. Oh, okay, so they were trying to arrest somebody and then she tried to stop them. But why were they trying to arrest him? Okay. Members of Congress, President were eventually granted access and given a tour. Charging a member of Congress. Avoid compromising the credibility and the public perception of the Justice Department and how especially politically sensitive prosecutions are handled. Huh. It still doesn't say why she was there. Or like why they got in a fight. Okay, whatever. We tried to look it up.
In prison. Man. Oh.
Congresswoman LaMonica MacGyver is in Washington, D.C., not here.
Oh, bro, 8 years. Oh. Oh, it's not looking good at all. More accountability, yep. For pushing someone? For invading a federal building, pushing people, threatening to assault them, screaming at them, hitting them. Yes, 8 years, yeah. Yep. That's right.
I don't know. Did they invade the building? Because those articles didn't really make it seem like they were invading the building. Like, it sounds like they were allowed in and then some kind of disagreement. Maybe they were trying to go into a part of the building they couldn't go to, or I don't know. It was super unclear. And this isn't making it more
This is a
clear.
civilized society, and people should be expected to act like it. That's right. No more. No more goofing around. She'll get probation. I will be very disappointed, but I will also be very not surprised. I don't think she's going to spend a day in jail, guys. I don't think it's going to happen. Now, it should happen, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I agree that it's probably not going to happen. I still don't know if it should happen, though. I still don't even understand, like, what the heck sparked this fight they were in.
Inside of the courtroom, she's going to appear virtually. She's looking at serious felony charges of assault and could face jail time. But if you ask her, she didn't do anything wrong.
No.
If you ask President Trump, he says, roll that tape, watch.
Oh, okay.
I love body cams.
True. Me too. We'll do a body cam footage day. Eventually.
I do. I love them. And the thing is that I remember whenever I was advocating for body cams and talking about them like over 10 years ago, and people were saying that it was just like bullshit. It's to protect the police officers, and it's also to protect your money. Like, for example, if there was no evidence of this, she could have sued these officers, and it would have been a congresswoman's word against some random grunt that works at some place, and now the government's going to have to pay her out a 7-figure salary. Now, that's not happening anymore. Uh-oh.
There's a lot of people there. I think they would have been okay without the body cam, as far as, like, court goes. But, yeah, it is nice that we get to watch this now.
Oh.
Because she's clearly pushing the dude.
The days of woke, no, I didn't. The days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country. We're going to have law and order.
You can see MacGyver in this red.
I want to just hear that again.
The days of that crap are over in this country.
He very clearly censored shit.
Crap are over in this country. We're going to crap are over. Out of control. The days of that crap are over.
Yeah, he paused. He was going to say shit for sure.
In this country. We're going to have law and order.
You remembered where he was.
MacIver in this red blazer, as investigators say she was shoving and elbowing ICE agents. I went through all the court documents, Harris, and it lists that she grabbed one agent and tried to restrain him and then pushed another, striking him with her forearms. And DHS says, just look at the video. It's all there. MacIver was with 2 other members of Congress, all Democrats from New Jersey. The group says they were just...
You think that somebody named MacIver would have figured out a better way to get in? You know, like getting underneath the fence or something like that. Damn.
To check on the migrants inside. They wanted to make sure they were safe and were able to use the phone. But DHS says you can't just show up and push your way past the gates. You have to make an...
Oh, they pushed their... Okay, so they weren't allowed in. At all. How come that article said... Dude, I hate the news because those are completely contradicting statements. Which one is real?
An appointment. Democratic leadership is showing their support, though, for the Congresswoman.
Why?
Of course they are.
What the hell's wrong with y'all? What the fuck are you doing?
Don't ask me, bud.
Shit for?
They're threatening to ramp up more oversight visits to ICE facilities, saying
they're going to do it again? Well, that's going to make things easy.
Yeah, that'll help.
Not going to be intimidated by the
How can you defend this? It's simple. They're retarded. Duh. There's more to this story? Wait a minute.
Well, they're politicians. So, yeah, for the most part, retarded.
What are we missing? Isn't it weird how there's all...
Yeah, tell me what we're missing.
How you can, what are we missing? Is there a historical context? She interfered with a lawful arrest. The mayor was not allowed to be there, and the Congress people that showed up, when one of the agents tried to arrest the mayor because she wouldn't leave, she prevented the arrest? So, so you're saying it's worse? Watch the Legal Eagle video? Why would I need to see anything? I can just look at the tape of it happening. This is like episode 1 of...
Legal Eagle is actually pretty awesome. He's very, very good at breaking down situations and getting all of the information.
Better Call Saul. I don't need to watch a 1-hour video to see a person shaking and hitting federal officers and say them to be wrong. Where's the context where this is okay? Legal Eagle is biased and he said it himself. I don't know if he is or not. I mean, I've seen some of his videos. He seems okay to me. I mean, I don't really have an opinion that's, like, strong about him one way or another. Maybe I'm crazy, but that's just me. Well, if you don't want, then okay. So you're going and telling me that I'm wrong, but you can't explain that I'm wrong, but you want me to watch a 30-minute video that I'm wrong. Let me ask you a very simple question. Did she assault a... federal government employee in the video that was shown or not? Did she assault a federal employee or not? Well, that was easy. Anyway.
We know there was political reflection. We know there was political calculation. We know there was
It's actually really impressive that this guy, this is the kind of guy that, like...
Oh, look at all these old people. I'm so sick of these ancient old people being in charge of stuff. Like, they look so pretentious, all of them. All their faces, there's this air of superiority. It's so disgusting.
I'm trying to think about, like, a good example of, like, what... Every time he got air, yes, all he does is get mad and, like, do you remember whenever he went on a 24-hour crash out over nothing and then nothing changed after that? And then he was doing some sit-in for something that wasn't happening? It's Timu Obama? It's not even that. He doesn't even do anything.
Politics at play that was intending upon using law enforcement to pursue a political end.
What?
It's going to be up to
What a meaningless sentence, yo. Like that whole speech he just gave had no meaning behind it. It was just a word salad. Just a bunch of buzzwords. He didn't address anything of substance or fact. Nothing.
to the judge here in Newark, New Jersey, Harris, to set bail for MacGyver.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on it. Keep you posted, Harris.
All right, Alexis, thank you.
Oh my God. So she got arrested, and then there's the video of her popping off, and it looks like obviously, you know, she had a pretty bad day. She's having a pretty bad day, and 8 years in jail. Legally became entirely politically driven and clearly biased, not worth your time on his videos anymore. Well, I have no problem with a biased source if they're bringing forward evidence that's relevant. What's important, the source always needs to be considered, but it should never be considered as a substitute for evidence. Evidence is what matters and arguments are what matters, not the person. But it is important to know who the person is and where their sources are. Yes, I think this is a great thing. Hopefully she does go to jail. I think that if she did, that would be a huge fucking W. Massive.
She won't.
Fucking W. But we'll see if that's going to happen or not. I'm kind of, you know, not expecting it, but we'll see what happens. Uh-oh.
I think they went after her, and I think her race has something to do with it. I'll just flat out say that. I think they went after her, and I think her race has something to do with it. I'll just flat out say that.
This problem is not going to exist in 10 years.
It's not her pushing people around at an ICE facility? That had nothing to do with it?
Yep, we're not going to have this problem in 10 years. It's going to be over. Don't worry about it, guys. It's annoying right now, but this is a problem that's going to solve itself. Don't worry about it.
You're of the view, and it's my job. I'll let you finish. It's my job, Jay. Yeah, no, but it's my job to ask you to substantiate it. But you're of the view. You're of the view. Well, I'll let you finish. You're of the view that you're asserting that the Trump administration or DOJ is targeting her racially. Why do you assert that?
Because that's what they're about.
That's not a fact. That's not an argument. What is the argument?
What do you mean why? It's because that's why. Duh. That's what they're about. Obviously.
That. Because that's what they're about. And they're trying to show it's us against them. They talk about the blood of America and the poisoning of blood. And they talk about this kind of stuff. Again, let me be very clear. I don't have any proof, but
this guy's a Democratic strategist? This guy needs to be a retirement strategist.
It's
time to hang it up.
Yeah, probably.
Go play bingo. Stop. Just stop, bro. Like, Jesus.
They talk about this kind of stuff. Again, let me be very clear. I don't have any proof, but if you...
I don't have any... all right, so let me just tell you something. This is why they did it. Well, why do you think they did it that way? Because that's what they do. Now, I don't have any proof of this. This is the Democratic strategist? Well, that explains a lot. Jesus, well, now everything makes sense. Yeah, I get it. My sources, I made it the fuck up. Yes.
You asked me, do I think that's what happened? Yes, I think that's what happened. I think if it was a white congressperson, they would not have arrested her. I'll just flat out say that, and I'm
and that's a big claim, and they would.
And that's it.
Calm down. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, what is this? Oh my God! I think their strategist. If that's their strategist, their cook. Yeah, exactly right. And that she made a statement about it. And this is earlier this month, I joined my colleagues to inspect the treatment of ICE detainees. We were fulfilling our lawful oversight responsibilities. This is, guys, this was her lawful.
Hold on. I want to read this. But if I shake my left hand and wish in the other, we know which will fill faster. Well, yeah, obviously. All right, Congresswoman LaMonica McIver released the following statement responding to the charges. Earlier this month, I joined my colleagues to inspect the treatment of ICE. We were fulfilling our lawful oversight responsibilities. Instead, ICE agents created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation when they chose to arrest Mayor Baraka. Well, why'd they arrest the mayor? This is very confusing. All right, we're going to pause this situation and we're going to watch the Legal Eagle video real quick and try to get the context, because like, what is the context?
Calm down, you guys. Arresting judges was bad, but we don't need to panic until they come for the mayors.
Was it bad? They were in direct violation of federal law. I don't know if that's, I mean, I'm not going to put a moral claim on it, but they did break the law.
Sorry, what? Oh. Oh. Oh.
Clever.
Thanks, Donald. Last Friday, immigration officials arrested Newark, New Jersey's Mayor Ras Baraka outside of an ICE detention facility, setting off a political and legal firestorm.
Okay, but what did he do?
Baraka was there to tour the prison with 3 members of Congress, while at the same time, a small group of protesters were exercising their First Amendment rights outside the prison gates.
Yeah, I know he's partisan, but hopefully he gives some context that was completely missing from the Asmongold video.
Now, members of Congress have the legal
We're not going to watch the whole thing.
right to tour federal facilities at any time, but mayors do not.
Okay.
Baraka was told to leave, and he complied, but then one thing led to another, and he was cuffed outside the prison gate.
Bro, what do you mean one thing led to another? Did he comply or did he not comply?
Gates. The Trump administration was quick to frame their version of the story to the media.
When these Democrat politicians and protesters
Well, I mean, it was on video. How do you frame that?
stormed that gate and got to the first security checkpoint. So when you're seeing any of these people being restrained, it's because they illegally broke into this facility.
But we have got the receipts. So buckle up, because today we're heading into one of the most explosive stories in recent memory. It involves a sanctuary city, congressional privilege, a simmering feud between the president and a local politician, perverse interpretation of the law, and at the heart of it, a $1 billion contract with a private prison company. Newark's Democratic Mayor Ras Baraka is an interesting guy. He's been a high school principal. He appeared on the Miseducation of Lauren Hill,
is this chaptered? Why isn't this video chaptered?
And he's running to succeed New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
I just want to know what happened.
Another private prison company, Core Civic, sued. Baraka was joined by 3 members of New Jersey's congressional delegation, Representatives Bonnie Watson-Coleman, LaMonica McIver, and Robert Menendez Jr. Representative Watson-Coleman said, "We've heard stories of what it's like in other ICE prisons. We're exercising our oversight authority to see for ourselves." Representative McIver said, "As congressional members, we have the power to conduct oversight. That's what we're here to do." It appears that Baraka went inside the gate with the representatives, but he was turned away in the facility's parking lot because he's not a member of Congress.
We went inside and were there for over an hour and a half. When we came back, that's when we saw the mayor. The mayor left to go back to the public side of the gate. My understanding is that he was allowed in. And when I say allowed in, I mean no more than 3 steps onto the other side of the gate when ICE approached him about having to leave because he was trespassing. He goes to the other side of the gate, back to the public side, right? The gate closes. Again, that's where this all should have ended. But instead, they chose to open the gate back up, leave the ICE area to the public side, and that's where they arrested him and put him in handcuffs.
Representative Coleman said that someone on the phone with ICE officials ordered them to arrest the mayor when he was on his way back to the public side of the prison.
He was invited inside of the gate to have the conversation. When we all got down there to the end, they told him that he had to go back into the...
Okay. Now it all makes more sense. So the original arrest of the mayor was probably bull. It was probably bullshit. But the congresswoman who tried to interfere with the arrest and started yelling and pushing people, that's a legitimate arrest. Because even if you think someone's being unlawfully arrested, like, you can't interfere with that. Like, she should have just stood back and then they should have dealt with it in court. Which it sounds like they did, because I read in one of the articles that he got released. And I think his charges got dropped. The charges were dropped. Yeah. So his charges were dropped. So all she had to do was like sit by the side and everything would have been fine. All right. So it does make sense. She got arrested for her own extra role in this for apparently no reason, because they were just going to drop the charges against that guy anyway.
Colleagues to inspect the treatment of ICE detainees. We are fulfilling our lawful oversight responsibilities. This is, guys, this was her lawful oversight responsibility, okay? Was like flailing around and yelling and doing all this bullshit. And yep, there it is. My sources, go fuck yourself. Yeah, no, let me go back. I'll read the rest of it. Instead, ICE agents created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation when they chose to arrest Mayor Baraka. The charges against me are purely political. They mischaracterize and distort my actions, and they are meant to criminalize and deter legislative oversight. The administration will never stop me from working for the people. I have a pretty good feeling that they might be able to stop you.
No, she's definitely gonna get. I mean,
I've got a feeling that you're gonna stop working for the people very soon.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably true.
8 years.
Because what she did was completely out of line. Even if you think that like the mayor shouldn't be getting arrested in front of you, you can't just like start bodying federal law enforcement officials. Like, that's completely, as a congresswoman, that's crazy. Yeah, you can't do that.
If she goes to jail for 8 years, by the way, that would be so fucking based. Oh my god. They're pushing for all three of them. She doesn't know. She likely doesn't know that they have her on camera. No, I think she knows that. She's not stupid.
Of course she knows.
Never stopped me.
It's all over Twitter and every news
I'm
source.
For the outpouring of support that I've received. And by the way, this is the outpouring of support. Let's read some of her messages. These are the replies on her Twitter account.
Oh boy.
Fuck around and find out, retard.
Okay.
If a sitting member of the U.S. House of Representatives is convicted of a federal crime and goes to jail, will there be a special election? Does not automatically lose their seat, so no special election is triggered. No one is above the law. Stop lying, we have it on tape. You're going to jail. The charges don't distort your actions. Nobody is above the law, LaMonica. Nobody's above the law or the BMI. But it was like...
Nobody is above the BMI. Yeah, I think she might be, though.
Nobody lives above the law or the BMI, but you thought that you could live above both. Oh, bro. Bro, he had to do it to him. Damn, man, that's bad. Oh, that's a whole lot. Okay, let's see if there's any more of this shit here. Wow. And nobody's above the law, Representative Oliver. Yeah, I guess so. Because Trump and Musk think that they're above the law. Wow. That's just too bad. Are you telling me?
All right. This is going to be the last Asmongold video we check out. Mainstream media is cooked. You don't hate MSM enough. The Guardian calls it false and YouTube flags it as a conspiracy theory. flagged too. It's promoting hate based on identity or vulnerability. Okay, so Asmongold got flagged? Is he, what's going on? All right, we're gonna find out.
No, there's no way. There's no way, bro. So this is from the Guardian News. Now, what are they guarding? In fact, this might be surprising. The news. They don't want you to get it. Where's the audio?
Including, say, if there was Afrikaner
Trump was asked a question about his unsubstantiated white genocide claims.
Genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would. And excuse me.
Trump then, oh, there's the word, ambushed Ramaphosa with footage he said was evidence for his.
Just like that Carmelo kid, and that's why the ghetto fatigue is real. I don't know. I think we just all have life fatigue. Just everything is fatiguing right now. I have Carmelo fatigue. I have that white lady that said the N-word fatigue. What was that other thing that just happened? Oh, what was it? Oh, yeah, I have incel loser people shooting beautiful couples outside of embassies fatigue. It's all fatigue. I have GoFundMe fatigue. That's what I have.
Claims. So, white genocide or white extension or white replacement theory is a national conspiracy theory that claims that there's a deliberate plot to cause the extinction of white people. So, this is what they're doing is they're painting with a deliberately broad brush, because there is a conspiracy theory of the replacement theory that exists, but that doesn't mean that there are not instances of anti-white racism that exist also.
Oh, yeah, this is about South Africa. This doesn't have anything to do with the actual replacement theory. That's like, that theory is like broad. This is about in South Africa to farmers. Like, those are two completely separate things. Why would they flag that? That doesn't make any sense. We're all sick and tired of being sick and tired. Yeah. Yeah, based song too.
So this conspiracy theory is something that is contextualized inside of America and Western societies. So you can't apply
221, wow, The Guardian. 221 likes, 815 dislikes. Way to go, news.
The white genocide conspiracy theory, propaganda, white supremacist thing whenever you're talking about it with another country. It is contextualized around it being a conversation that's being had inside of Western culture. That's the difference. It's a straw man. It's dishonest. Yeah, exactly. And this is what the media does. Yeah, that only works when it's in a white majority country. They don't even know the racism. Yeah, they don't even understand that they don't. This is to say that people don't understand how to be racist anymore. It's embarrassing. I'm doing my best to try to teach them, but it's going to be it's a long road ahead.
Are you doing your best?
Sorry, but genocide is a different definition, man. Sure. I'm not going to argue.
Yeah, I don't really think what's happening or what's allegedly happening in South Africa rises to the definition of genocide. It's certainly rough, but this is like Israel, the IP Middle East crap, where it's like it's a completely different country. It's not really like it's not really our thing.
Argue with you about the name.
We turn the lights down. Turn the lights down, and just put this on. It's right behind you, Johan.
The footage showed a montage of clips. Are we going to see Chibi Reviews? Thanks for 10 subs. I appreciate that. including former South African President Jacob Zuma and the far-left opposition Julius Malema. Yep. Thank you, Chibi. I appreciate that, man. I hope you're doing well. After the footage was aired, Cyril pushed back against Trump's remarks.
How does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what it is. And I have other friends.
Oof. They're just saying that on TV? I mean, there you go. There you have it.
In South Africa, I have people that left. One in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land, they take your land, and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now, we're going to talk about it, but this is a tremendous, look, this is a story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it can get any worse.
Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy.
Yes, it is. Because it's against the law to say that stuff, but they're not in jail.
That's not really a one-to-one, but it is sketchy, certainly. It's suspicious.
Against your laws. But you're letting them say it. It's just, which law? The law for advocating and inciting violence. South Africa has that.
In South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party.
25%.
Which is allowed.
25%. That's a pretty. Did he look that up?
To exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately through criminal activity, are not only white people. The majority of them are black people.
Well, yeah. I mean, the majority of the people there are black people, right?
Oh, man. Man, it's really sad. 25% is huge. Yeah, it's a lot of people, right? It definitely is. And it's really crazy. And search on a Twitter flashback, President of South Africa say he'll take away land without compensation. I don't know about that in general. And you can see, obviously, people are completely rejecting this. Nobody is in favor of this. Everybody hates it. And I'm very happy about this. I'm extremely happy about it. Hopefully this continues to be the case. And bullshit like this basically just keeps dying. I think this is what's going to happen in general. And so it's okay to kill white people because blacks also get killed? Well, of course, right? And they're just trying to downplay it and act like it's not a big deal because it makes them look bad because they're letting it happen. Oh, God. Oh, this is it here. Okay.
Yamish, good to see you.
Hi, good. Thanks for taking the question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that? It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that video showed the crosses that represent.
And so this is the funny thing, is that it is technically not a burial site. The crosses are put up there as a, like, for example...
It's very sad. Yeah, if it's as bad as it sounds, it's a terrible situation. Situations like it happening all over the world. They're all very sad.
They're buried somewhere else, but the crosses are put up as a memorial. So they're trying to say that Trump was lying because they weren't actually buried there. It was just a memorial. I'm serious. Like, you listen to this again.
It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent
what the president claimed.
It wasn't a burial site.
Did he claim it was a burial site? Because I'm pretty sure it's just a memorial.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The fact that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
No, it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verifies the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information?
What verifies it? Well, unsubstantiated information
being put out.
Yeah, I didn't think he said it was a burial site. So she's just being bullshit, and she needs a haircut.
For the world and world leadership.
Where is the unsubstantiated information? This reporter's dog shit? Well, I want you guys to see kind of, and this is the way that a lot of media behaves, and this is how you have to be aware of it, is that they use really, like, one of the reasons why the mainstream media is so effective and has been so effective for so long is because most people do not have a strong grasp over the English language. And so these types of rhetorical devices and, you know, like vocabulary changes and just different like little tricks people play with their words actually fool a lot of people because they don't have that, like the semantics, right? The semantics fool a lot of people.
What's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact,
and by the way, she's approaching this in the right way.
Actually, I don't think she is. She should be focusing on the Trump didn't say it was a burial site aspect if he didn't say that. I feel like she's responding in a way that allows this other woman to just keep the back and forth going. So I disagree with you, Asmongold. I don't think she's answering this in the best way.
You don't engage with a dishonest framing that's based off of a deliberate misunderstanding. Because her point of contention is a deliberate misunderstanding.
So she should be reframing it. And like pointedly and intentionally reframing it. And she's not really doing that right now.
That's done intentionally to try to make it look bad. Some crazy shit, yes. Never play into that game.
Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that
She's actually arguing because it's not a burial site that the press...
Yeah, why isn't this blonde lady just saying he didn't say it was a burial site? She still hasn't said that. If she wanted to, like, nip this in the bud, she would just say, no, ma'am, it was not a burial site. And yeah, what she's saying, well, I don't think she's claiming that she's trying to debunk the genocide claim, even though I don't think it technically falls under like the definition of a genocide yet, but that's neither here nor there. She's saying Trump said the video was one thing, and she's saying, no, the video was something else. But what she needs to be saying is that Trump didn't say the video was that thing that this woman is saying it was. I don't know why they're kind of both beating around the bush right now.
The president was wrong and he shouldn't have shown it. That's right. Yep.
Everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated. And that's a ridiculous line of questioning. John, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Carolyn. The big, beautiful bill now goes to the Senate.
Does, yes.
A lot of the Republican senators have promised amendments that will water this thing down dramatically. What is the president's...
This is some other bullshit.
Negotiations will allows them to take off significant money from their Social Security.
Yeah, I just wanted to see that one right there. I just wanted you guys to see the that's the level of dishonesty that people like this engage in. That's it. That's it. Trump did describe the video as being a burial site. However, it still doesn't minimize the underlying issue. So this is the problem that people like you have, is that you think that you can play these small semantics games and that anybody is going to care.
Okay, hold on though. Did he describe the video as a burial site?
It doesn't matter whether
we gotta investigate now. We're gonna have to check this out. Trump claimed these are burial sites right here, burial sites over 1,000 of white farmers. Okay, so he did say the wrong thing. I'm going to double verify this with a few other sources. Apparently this photograph came from the Congo. Showed an old video. Doesn't show burial sites in South Africa. Well, I don't care if it shows them or not. I care if he said that it shows them. He said these are burial sites. Yeah, he's got to be more like, look, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Kamala supporter. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian. Fun fact. But if he wants to be an effective leader, he's got to stop making mistakes like this. I got to disagree with Asmongold on this one because we have to hold the president to an extremely high standard. He's the president. We can't just like grade him on a curve. Like that's not an acceptable thing to do. If he's saying that a video is showing burial sites, that video better damn well be showing burial sites. If he's waving around photographs of dead farmers from South Africa, that photograph better damn well be from South Africa. I mean, this is the president. This is not some AP reporter or some CNN person or some super biased person. Like, if he keeps doing this, because he's done this quite a few times, if I'm not mistaken, where he mislabels things or talks about things that aren't what they are, or like if he meant that it's a memorial site with crosses that represent dead farmers, then he should say that, and then that's what should be on the screen. He shouldn't be giving them, if he wants to be an effective leader, he shouldn't keep giving them ammunition to run all these pieces on him. Like, the whole news is just Trump confronts South African president, pushing claims. Trump leans into disputed claims, false claims. Do the claims hold up? Trump claimed a social media video showed burial sites, and it didn't show burial sites. Like, none of these articles had to exist. None of them. If he just articulated himself like a normal person. And then this pictures one. What is this? Reuters is debunking it because it was their photograph, apparently. Showed a screenshot of Reuters video taken in the Democratic Republic of Congo as part of what he falsely presented as evidence of mass killings. Holding up a printout of an article. Yeah, well, if they manufacture it, then he can go back to the tape and be like, I didn't say that. But now it's not manufactured and he can't say that. It's just a bad look, you know? It's all just a bad look. Ugh. All right, we'll let Asmongold wrap up on this, and then we're going to get into some video game stuff for probably 30 minutes, and then we'll go back to political crap.
Bodies were buried there or not.
I need a palate cleanser, and I want to see the new Borderlands gameplay. So
the idea and the word burial site means effectively the same thing. You are focused on the literal meaning of the words because you want to avoid.
Yeah, let's find it. Let's find it.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team.
We have thousands of stories talking about it, and we have documentaries, we have news stories, and that
is
Natalie here, somebody here to turn that. I could show you a couple of things, and it has to be responded to. Yeah, sure. Let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down.
People are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care who to occupy land. Yes. South Africa can withdraw my member. Demand that a revolutionary act.
Take your next giant leap online.
Why are there so many ads on this
University
10-minute video?
The new H2
I can't
Pro
even
system separates clean
this.
and
There we
dirty
go.
water. The new H2 Pro from Cedar.
Of white farmers.
Okay, here we go.
Over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers, and those cars aren't driving. They're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who was killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road you have crosses.
Okay. I don't think we got to it yet. He said it's a horrible sight. He didn't say burial sites yet, though. We may have missed it.
Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. Okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa.
We need to find out.
What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation that we've just seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from me. Go ahead.
Hold on.
I'll be quiet, sure. That's my question now.
Let's go.
Okay.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here.
These are burial sites right here. So he did say it. And he can't be saying shenanigans, stuff like that. These are burial sites right here. I'll play it one more time. Just so we all heard it.
Very bad. These are burial sites right here.
Yeah.
Burial sites.
So he did say it, and then he repeated it. It's not exactly word for word what it said in the articles, but he did say they're burial sites. It doesn't change, yeah, like this commenter said, it doesn't change like the underlying issue of like whether or not there is a thing that's bad happening there. But he's got to stop giving them this pointless ammunition. He's the president. He can't be mixing up what a memorial site and a burial site are. Those are wildly different things that elicit wildly different responses in people.
The implication of the words. That's what you're doing. You don't care about using proper language. You don't care about any of that. The only thing that you care about is reframing it in a way that makes it look like he said something that was wrong.
He did say something that was wrong.
That's what you're doing. It's obvious this is what you're doing. Like, this type of dishonest behavior is so annoying to me.
Okay, Asmongold's gaslighting that kid a lot. He said that Trump did describe the vid as being a burial site. However, it doesn't minimize the underlying issue. That is true. That's a true sentence. I don't know why he's like going in on this commenter so hard.
He agrees with you? No, he doesn't. What
he literally does.
People like this do, and the thing is that I didn't say anything wrong. You misunderstood. No, I don't.
His chat is flaming him right now.
People do because they don't.
Because I don't think Asmongold understood.
Understand I don't think people are picking up on the manipulation that's going on. So what's being discussed here and the way that this is being approached is that
But that explains why this blonde lady here didn't directly address that point, because she knew that Trump said they were burial sites when they're not burial sites. That's why she just kept saying what they are and not addressing the fact that Trump said they were burial sites when they're not. They're not burial sites.
Trump referred to this area as a burial site. It's not a burial site, but it's a representation of a burial site. This is an irrelevant distinction that causes the white...
I don't know if that's an irrelevant distinction when it gives the mainstream media ammunition for like several days of articles and bullshit. I think when it comes to the president of the United States, there's no such thing as an irrelevant distinction.
White House to capitulate and for them to use a soundbite and say that Trump was technically wrong. It doesn't serve any other goal other than to score semantics points and to undervalue something in a way that's dishonest. That's what's happening. They're intentionally trying to minimize the situation by creating a hyper-specific example.
It might be logically and literally irrelevant, but anything that gives any excuse for everything you say to be picked apart. Now nobody's focusing on the actual issue. They're just focusing on the fact that he said the wrong thing again. Like, he has writers that can write this stuff up for him without mistakes. But he just has to freestyle because he just has to. And now no one's talking about the issue anymore. They're all the news articles are about his misspeak. So it's kind of relevant when the entire point is now being missed.
Example where a word does not mean the exact specific thing. And I understand, and the problem is that, again, you're not going to trick me with this kind of stuff because I am the master of lying. I've made videos about how to lie to people. I understand this better than any of these people do. That's why I do what I do. That's why, by the way, so many people watch this. I can tell this instantly. I was doing this when I was a little kid. Are you lying now? Yes. Okay, dude. No, I'm just telling you. Like, it's very, very obvious when it's happening. It's gotcha media. Yes, it is. He did agree, though. Explain. No, the fixation on that agreement is a intentional obfuscation in order to undermine what's being discussed.
Yeah, so don't give them that ammunition. That's my point. It is undermining what's being discussed. Like, there are people that write speeches for the president and write like his talking points. That shouldn't have been in the list. And now we're all talking about that instead of the thing that may or may not be going on and to what magnitude it's going on. It's frustrating.
That's what's happening. That's what they're doing. Yeah, it's disingenuous.
Ugh, all right. Pretty normie conservative takes from Asmongold. Some pretty normie centrist center-right takes, I'll say. But that's going to do it for Asmongold right now. I'm all set with that. We're going to do a bit of a palate cleanser here and get away from the politics for a minute. And I keep seeing this video. This girl only has like 3 videos. But this one's called The Problem with Women in Games, and it's like blowing up right now. So I thought we would check it out, and then we're going to check out some Borderlands gameplay. And that's what we're going to do right now.
Starting to spiral here. And every other kind of media shows...
Let's start this over.
I think I'm starting to spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies, we expect characters to be these complex...
Then let the articles be wrong. Like, if they write an article about him saying something wrong, and we go back to the tape, they should be wrong. But when we go back to the tape, there it is. He said the wrong thing. And now it's all just about that. But if he didn't get anything wrong, yeah, but it wasn't twisted. He literally said the wrong thing. Like, I want it to be twisted. If it's twisted, then you can go back to the tape and you can say the mainstream media is nonsense. But if it's not twisted and we do go back to the tape and he is saying that thing, then now every article is about him saying the thing instead of the actual problem that might be going on there and how severe it is. It's just, okay. We're done with that topic for right now. We're going to video games. We're going to see why this video got 91,000 views like overnight. She has 4 videos and she has 94,000 subscribers already. So we're going to check. If he didn't get it wrong, then they wouldn't be able to put up articles that have any validity. Like if he had just used the right word, none of those articles about him using the wrong word would exist, and they would potentially have to make something up. And when they have to make something up, they lose credibility. You know what I'm saying? No, it might be happening. I don't think it technically rises to the definition yet. But it doesn't matter if it's happening, because the only thing they're going to talk about is the fact that he called those things burial sites when they weren't burial sites. It's all about perception.
Hi, I think I'm starting to spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies,
All right,
we
how did
expect
this
characters
chick
to
get 94,000 subscribers overnight?
be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said absolute cinema. But when a female game character is hotter, suddenly it's like the studio committed some kind of war crime. And
That is really weird, because video games are about escaping from reality. So like, generally, the characters are all, like the main characters at least, are all like unbelievably attractive. Male or female. That's kind of like the point.
somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty and charm and mystery, lip gloss, and the ability to just ruin your life with a single dialogue option. So let's talk about the modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Yeah. That's what I thought. Typically, they're more emotionally walled off, they're vaguely angry, honestly, me too. They have tactical everything, tragic backstories, but a lot of times won't talk about it with you. Muted color palettes, and no cute hairstyles or makeup.
Oh, that one was rough. That's from Fable, I think. I don't think she ended up looking like that in the final edit, though.
Or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And I'm not saying that these characters can never work, but if they're not done extremely well, the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate at all. They're not iconic, they're not aspirational, and they're just not the kind of character you want to think about after the credits roll. And just like the women that I obsess over in all my books and TV shows, the smart, complex, stunning characters, I just want to aspire to the character that I'm playing in a game. She should feel powerful and gorgeous and emotionally relatable in a way that makes sense. But most of
Well, yeah, so this is like the whole representation thing. And it's like, people aren't going to play your game if they don't feel like they're represented in the game. But that's not the point of video games, like at all. Like the point of video games is to lose yourself in a fantasy world of like people and activities that you can't do in real life. I don't know if they all suck, dude. I've been seeing some Expedition 33 gameplay. That shit looks lit. The Oblivion remaster was incredible, but that's an old game. What else recently? Black Myth Wukong was recent. That was a great game. Did I say the title of that right? I think so. What else is around? There were some bad games too, though, like Avowed and what was it, Conquered, and we're gonna find out. Borderlands 4 might be good. I'm a huge Borderlands fan. But like I was saying, the point of video games isn't to feel represented in the video game. The point is to escape into a fantasy world that you can't do in real life. Like, if I'm like on a magical medieval quest, I'm not being represented in the game anyway. Like, that can't be the point. That doesn't make sense.
The leads that we're getting nowadays, they're not memorable. And let's be honest, they're not exactly breaking the internet. Okay, at least in a good way. The characters that
Oh yeah, she brought up Conquered. That game was a disaster.
really stand out, that make a difference, they've got it all. They've got the looks and the charm and the presence and the personality, and they've got the things that make people care, or at least cosplay. Well, we did.
Yeah, it's like, it's the big AAA studios that are crashing and burning right now. All of the like indie studios and stuff, because now they all have the technology to put out like AAA quality games. Like they can compete with those games no problem now. But they don't feel all the pressure to like make the game terrible, you know?
Didn't want to over-sexualize her. Okay, that's fine. I'm on board with that. But somewhere along the way, that turned into she can't flirt, or cry, or be too gentle, or smile too much, or wear makeup. Yes, sorry, I'm gonna hit on that a little bit today. We went from don't objectify her to don't let her feel like a real person. And she can be strong, but not soft, beautiful, but only if it's on accident. Heaven forbid she has feelings and good hair at the same time. And I think about this every time that I get the opportunity to make a custom character in a game. She is always a baddie that has lore. Winged eyeliner, mysterious aura.
I don't know about that one, because like you should see some of my Dark Souls 1 characters. They are not baddies. They're like purple monster creatures with like effed up sunken eyeballs and crazy stuff going on. But I get what she's saying.
Every NPC in the game is in love with her, and honestly, they should be, okay? Might have in Baldur's Gate 3. An angel! She walks into a scene and the lighting just poof, gets better. Gale starts sweating, and Asterion is chomping at the bit. Shadowheart's having some conflict.
I did hear Baldur's Gate was pretty good. I never played it though. It's just not really my like style of game. But I'll try it out eventually.
And her inventory is even more iconic. She's got 3 cursed rings, an apple, and a morally questionable tiara that she just doesn't want to take off. And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing? Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons and bend the laws of physics and literally...
I mean, she looks pretty.
Parkour across dimensions. That's super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on hold with customer service.
Yo, dialogue in games these days, like playing the Oblivion remaster again, and just the unbelievably extensive and in-depthness of that dialogue, it just, new games don't even kind of compare. It's not even close. Like you walk past random people and they just are having like in-depth conversations about what's going on in the world. That doesn't happen at all in other games.
On mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws? She's a scrappy space outlaw, in theory. In practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she...
Yeah, that game was trash. That game was bad. Like, none of the fighting mechanics made any sense.
...is or why she's there. Okay, well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that, because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard. Or Dragon Age the Veilguard. This game was like 10 years in the oven, and somehow it still came out soggy. It often felt cringy instead of charming, and there really wasn't much mystery, but there was.
That makes me nervous for the next Elder Scrolls game, because they've been cooking that thing for way too long. Like, they have to be overthinking stuff, and yeah, I don't know. I'm nervous for that one.
Was a lot of lecturing, and instead of emotionally rich companions, we kind of just got chronically online Twitter bios and fantasy outfits. I think you get the point, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We need female characters with range. with presence, with a little drama, if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2, her husband literally dies, and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving? Yes. Stunning? Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely. But I would let her run me over with that horse. Chloe Fraser from Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit.
All right, so we're like half and half. Like half of the games are kind of like just like slacking hard with the female characters and half of them are doing pretty good. Is that basically where we're getting?
And then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay. Max from Life is Strange, a super sweet, anxious girl who accidentally rewrote the entire space-time continuum just because she had too many feelings, and honestly, we love a relatable queen. Or Nabooru from the Legend of Zelda series. She leads armies and fights evil, and somehow she still looks like she's posing for a Vogue cover the entire time. Probably my first girl crush. This should not be controversial, but I'll say it. We need to bring back great male leads, okay? And not because women can't carry a story, but because we've just like chucked balance off a cliff. It seems like the knee-jerk reaction to underrepresentation accusations became all female everything forever, no notes. And now, after we've gotten so many forgettable female leads, not you, Ellie and Aloy, my queens. But with all the others, we've hit this weird place where the audience is already exhausted before the trailer even ends. And unfortunately, caught in the crossfires of this has been Naughty Dog's new IP, Intergalactic, and Ghost of Yote. But when I think about just well-written women in games, what's interesting is some of gaming's best women were not even the protagonist, but they were the scene stealers. Ciri from The Witcher 3 is quite literally the entire reason that Geralt is risking his life across these war-torn
The Witcher 3. I keep trying to play that. I like the story and like the world and like I like The Witcher, but the the combat mechanics in that game are just bad. Like I don't know how else to say it. They're just bad. Like I probably just play way too much like Dark Souls and stuff like that to like, I just can't convert over. It's just not like a clean conversion for some reason.
kingdoms, and she's this complicated, beautiful, just wild young girl who's somehow still more mature than everyone else around her. Or Yuna from Final Fantasy X, this graceful, selfless, and devastating character who's literally carrying the hopes of an entire world on her back, and then she still apologizes when she...
There's been some male leads though, like, well, I mean, if you count the monkey from Black Myth Wukong, that counts. Pretty sure the Warhammer game had a male lead. Oh, that new oh, what was it? Bro, the last Starfighter was great. That was a great game. Now I want to play that again. Yo, you know what's another like small game that's really good if you're into like survival games? Sons of the Forest. That's a great game. Another male lead. What else was I just thinking of that came out recently-ish? Expedition 33 technically has a male lead and a bunch of female leads. You kind of like mix it around with that one. And then a lot of games have been letting you pick lately, which I actually like. I don't know. I feel like it's been pretty even. What game was it? The Yakuza game. I think I was in the middle of saying that. The Yakuza game, that definitely had a male lead. And that game is crazy.
conveniences you, and if that's not being a girl, I don't know what is. Or Midna from Twilight Princess. All right, she's a little bit annoying at first, but she bullies Link for like the first 30 hours of the game, saves his life, opens a dimensional portal, and then vanishes all with a glowing tear. He never says a word to her the entire game, but she says everything with her absence. Truly a legendary situationship. And while Western games are nervously nerfing kind of every trace of femininity from their female characters, Eastern devs are like, yeah, here's a mysterious woman who could kill you and make you cry about it. You're welcome. Capcom? They've been in their iconic woman era since like forever. Resident Evil is one of my all-time favorite series, and Jill is tactical, calm, and easily has the cleanest bob in gaming. Ada is mysterious.
Yeah, it's the AAA, it's the Western AAA gaming studios have really been just like pouring out slop lately. Like what else just totally Ubisoft has to be pretty much toast at this point. I mean, between the Assassin's Creed game and that Star Wars game, those were both garbage. Like what are they doing?
Stylish, and she might lie to your face, but she's still gonna get a fan cam. Claire is this beautiful, kind, capable woman who takes zero nonsense, and Lady D had like 10 minutes of screen time in Village, and she still owned Halloween for like the next 2 years. They're hot, they're cool, they've got so much range, and you remember them. You want to be them, or you just kind of want them to emotionally damage you just a little bit. It's the same kind of energy with Monster Hunter Wilds. They dropped a couple of...
I understand why this video blew up, because she's pretty good at this. Prepared content shtick. She had her whole script ready and everything. She's like pretty well spoken. She hasn't stumbled her words. I mean, she might have and then cut it out, but yeah, this is really good for your first video.
Composed, stunning woman, and the internet instantly started to cosplay. They're expressive and graceful, and they've just got that magnetism about them. And that's why the boys are in love, the girls are in love, and I am in love. And then we've got From Software, who just casually releases the most haunting, elegant women in modern gaming like it's nothing. The doll from Bloodborne, our favorite Victorian comfort character. She's soft-spoken, she's gentle, and she definitely knows more than she's letting on. Or Lady Maria, tragic, terrifying character with perfect posture, and 10 out of 10, I would let her fight me again. Or Ronnie from Elden Ring, who I was quite literally on my knees for, and I made sure to do every single step of her quest so I could serve her as me Elden Lord. Or Melina, Melina was so glowing and quiet and just sad. And then when she leaves you at the side of Grace, like, my work here is done. And you're just devastated and you're just sitting there all by yourself, alone, in your little tunic. These ladies do not need exposition dumps or 80 cutscenes. They just show up and drip elegance, drop one line of vague sorrow, and then next thing you know, you're obsessing over cosplays and fan art for like the next month. I say all of this because femininity is not outdated. It's not shallow, and it's not something that you need to water down for the story to be taken seriously. It's range. So please let women be cute and manipulative, kind, and a little...
What the what's going on over here? What is this? What's going on, Oblivion? What happened to this arm? Look at that. What happened? I thought this was a remaster.
Little chaotic, soft, but have sharp teeth, pretty, powerful, emotionally devastating, and the reason the protagonist starts journaling in a cave somewhere. Because femininity is Zelda, steadfast and...
Oh, come on, she just went through the whole FromSoft thing and didn't even mention Quelaag. That beautiful arachnid monster lady. Come on now. Dropping the ball. I still haven't forgiven myself for Aerith's death. Yeah, I mean, who can, though? It's unforgivable. And I think unavoidable.
Radiant and standing between her kingdom and ruin with nothing but hope and stubborn grace. Or
Yo, is this the remaster or is it what is happening here with this lady's shoulder? All right.
Or Triss, who's clever and compassionate and plays politics with you with a super soft smile that just makes you kind of forget that she's winning. Or Bayonetta, who's playful and provocative and treats every battlefield like a runway and then never manages to smudge her lipstick. Or Lightning, who's a beautiful, guarded, and grieving character who carries the entire weight of the world in 6-inch heels. And when female characters are done right, they're not
I don't actually know who that is. What was that from? Who's Lightning?
Not flat or abrasive or weak. They're actually narrative gold. They have tension and softness that stabs, or beauty as a weapon. Let's let women be gorgeous and terrifying, sweet and strategic, gentle and unhinged. Let them be feminine again.
Oh, Asmongold reacted to it, apparently. And then she reacted to him reacting to it. Cool. That's probably how her page blew up. Asmon turned on the lights, so we all scattered here. Yup. All right. That's why the video kept getting shown in my thing. That was pretty good. She did a good job. For her first video, that's wild. That's a really good video for her first video. Fantastic job. And a lot of great points. Yeah. Western gaming studios have been really dropping the ball on making woman characters that people actually want to play and on just having male leads at all. Like, if you're not going to be able to figure it out, then just like don't make the story based on like a man or a woman. Just make it like just let us choose. And then we can make our own character and it can look however we want it to look. But this whole thing about like representation in games, you're not supposed to really feel represented in a video game. You're supposed to be escaping into a world that you can't be a part of in real life. Like that's kind of the whole point. So like, I don't understand like the desire to be represented in games. Like I don't particularly feel represented just because there's like a white male in a game. Like they're not usually anything like me. And like when I do character creators, I usually make a woman because I'm a dude. I don't get to be a woman ever. Like in real life. So why not make a cool woman character? I don't know. That was a cool video. I hope she keeps making videos. I'll give it a like. And we will we will watch your career with great interest. Yes, we will. We will. All right. Let's check out the Borderlands 4 gameplay because I like the 3 gameplay. Yeah, if you can make your own character, then like everyone can shut up. You know what I mean? It's just like there's games where you can make your own character. There's games where the character has something to do with the story. And if the character has something to do with the story, they should be super epic and legendary and awesome and beautiful and like awesome. Yeah. All right. Fingers crossed. I really want this game to be good. I really, really want this game to be good. I've been doing everything I can to not pay attention to the like news and hype and shit about it until I got a chance to watch this. 3 was... the story was disappointing. The gameplay was pretty good. I hope they expand upon the gameplay and fix the story. I don't think this is going to get too much into the story, but we'll see.
Heyo, I'm Randy Pitchford, founder of Gearbox Entertainment. Today,
oh, this guy.
We're giving
He's annoying.
Our deepest look yet at Borderlands 4. All the excitement, loot, and gnarly carnage all running on PlayStation 5 Pro.
Since creating the looter-shooter genre nearly 16 years ago, we've continued to refine the formula, delivering better loot, greater freedom, and endless mayhem. And with Borderlands 4, we
I like the graphics so far.
This is hands down our best Borderlands ever. All new movement, abilities, bigger and badder enemies, and a brand new planet. All in service of making you feel like a total badass.
It's the perfect entry point for new players, with incredible new places and a great story.
Why are the
for
subtitles
our longtime
on?
Borderlands fans, we're throwing back to our more grounded tone, while pushing gameplay ahead further than ever before.
Our more grounded tone. What does that mean?
Culmination of years of hard work from my teammates across the Gearbox studios. So enough talk, let's get it. This is Borderlands 4.
All right, I saw a Teddy Oregon. I'm loving the graphics so far.
Borderlands is an unforgiving sci-fi universe where life is cheap and guns are plentiful. You play as a Vault Hunter, a badass mercenary with powerful abilities called action skills.
Today I'm playing as Vex, our new siren. She wields supernatural phase energy to devastating effect. She can use that energy to empower herself, or channel it to conjure deadly minions that fight alongside her.
Oh, that's cool.
And because everything's better in co-op, I'm joining as Rafa, a former TDR soldier who wears an experimental exosuit. He can destruct an arsenal of weapons, like the razor-sharp arc knives.
Oh, that's cool.
These are 2 of our 4 new Vault Hunters that you can play at launch.
All right, pretty classic Vault Hunters.
On Kairos, an all-new planet steeped in conflict. For thousands of years, the Timekeeper kept the planet hidden, controlling its inhabitants with bolts, cybernetic implants fused to their spines. Anyone who stepped out of line was brutally crushed by his army of synthetic soldiers known as the Order.
That is until 6 years ago when Elpis showed up. This rogue moon was teleported away from Pandora at the end of Borderlands 3 by the legendary Vault Hunter, Lilith.
Yeah, I do like that too. 'Cause just kind of randomly coming back to life for like reasons unknown. This actually does make sense. That you're literally saved in a database. I wonder if, well, your memories obviously come back with you. So it's kind of like a, it's not like the Prestige situation, that magician movie where he like duplicates himself and one of them dies every time.
When it reappeared across the galaxy, it crashed into the protective veil around Kairos.
Okay, so they're in a new planet, new spot. I didn't think this was going to have a story in it, but okay.
Results were devastating. A planet-wide cataclysmic event that disrupted the Timekeeper's perfect order.
Now people all across Kairos have started rising up. Some even ripping out their bolts. And chunks of their brain along with it. Here it comes! That's the situation our Vault Hunters have crash-landed into. A planet ready to explode, and you're the spark. As you explore, you'll meet a cast of incredible characters. Fan favorites return, like Zane and Moxie. You'll also meet new friends like Rush.
Is he one of the Vault Hunters?
And as always, Claptrap is along for the ride.
Claptrap looking real refined in this.
Last but not least is Echo 4. This helpful drone follows you everywhere, hacking Order tech, scanning the environment, and helping guide you to objectives.
Why can't we just have Claptrap?
Let's get into the game.
Thanks to our improved lobby system, it's easier than ever to join up with your friends on the fly. And with full crossplay at launch, you can play with your friends on any platform.
Oh, that's good.
Today, we're venturing into Terminus Range, a frigid, mountainous region.
This is just one of the 4 zones on Kairos that you can seamlessly explore.
Oh, okay, so it's not going to be like a bunch of mini zones inside of each zone? That's good.
There's next to no loading time, just endless looting and shooting mayhem.
For our current mission, we need to break into a secret black site located deep in the mountains. One of the Timekeeper's generals, Vile Lichter, has been conducting grotesque experiments on locals. It's up to us to stop him.
They really figured out like the half cartoon graphics here. I like it.
All right, let's get moving. Here I'm using Glide, one of our new movement abilities.
Oh, that's cool.
Along with dash, double jump, climbing, and point grapple, these make
You
getting
can
around more
climb
fun
and glide
add a
and
ton of
grapple?
utility to combat.
As you traverse, you'll uncover a vast and beautiful world. And to bring Kairos to life, we've introduced dynamic weather and events, so you constantly have new things to discover.
There's also plenty of local wildlife to contend with, like these Kratch, flying beasts who attack in flocks.
Oh, they're playing on easy.
Here we've come across a site.
They gotta be playing
one
on
of
easy.
several new activities in Borderlands 4.
You'll naturally discover short gameplay experiences like this all across Kairos. There's no need to pick up a mission first. These are auto-granted and tracked on your HUD.
Silos house old, decommissioned order tech that you can hijack for the Crimson Resistance.
With the help of Echo 4, we'll hack into their network and release the communications balloon.
Okay, what does it do, though? That's cool. What happened
Now
though?
that we're in charge, we can
Oh, this is just a base. You got vending machines. This is a
fast travel
checkpoint.
to the silo.
Oh, it's a fast travel point. That's not new or special. They just made it look cooler.
And as a bonus, it's revealed the approximate location of a vault key fragment. We can collect these fragments to unlock a hidden vault, a high-level dungeon with challenging combat and serious loot.
Let's get after it. Another nice thing about silos is you can zip line up and take off. And if that's not fast enough for you, you can always pull out your personal vehicle with digital.
Oh, that's
Just hop
cool.
on, hit boost, and get rolling.
You can customize the body, paint job, and even how it handles.
That's
And
cool.
because this is Borderlands, you best believe it has guns.
You don't have to go like run around looking for cars and stuff. That's cool.
As you traverse, you'll encounter a host of dynamic events. From order patrols to world bosses, there's always something to shoot and loot.
All right, we're coming up on an order outpost. Let's see the new movement abilities in action.
Chaining our new traversal abilities together makes combat more dynamic than ever. You can
That's
dash
cool.
in and out of
Slides
melee
and stuff.
attacks, dodge
We had
projectiles,
slides before.
or quickly reposition to gain an advantage.
They're definitely playing on easy though.
Now I know that there's a vault fragment around here somewhere, but we've got a mission to get back to. Let's pull out Echo 4 to show us where to go.
Then why talk about it?
We're meeting up with none other than the Tigra Partali herself, Amara.
Oh,
She's a
Amara.
former vault hunter and exotic pet sitter from Borderlands 3. She came to Kairos in search of Lilith and is now helping us take down the Timekeeper.
Oh, Lilith.
Don't you
So
whine
she's here.
at me, Hermes. We'll play in a moment, huh? Ugh, you agree to pet
That
sit
sounds
for
like
a few
her.
weeks, and the next thing you know, you're having full conversations with animals.
You don't use security like that unless you've got something to hide. This must be the path to the black side.
That doesn't look
Agreed.
like a lot of security. You could
Lilith
just
is
like
on the
walk
other
through
side,
those.
I don't mind some property destruction.
Ooh, your specialty. Please, be my guest.
Come, let's throw some light on this black site of his.
Yeah, let's throw some light on the black site. That was kind of a cringy line.
Co-op has always been at the heart of Borderlands, and we've put a ton of work into making it better than ever. Our improved lobby was just the start. You can also set your own campaign difficulty independently of the rest of the party. This way, everyone can tune the experience to their liking.
And you don't have to worry about loot ninjas stealing your drops, as loot is always instanced for each player. Plus, if you ever get split up, you can easily fast travel to your friends.
And two-player split screen returns so you can enjoy couch co-op. Regardless of how you play, we just want you to be able to hang with your buddies and have a great time.
Who still plays couch co-op? I mean, that's cool, but
What the hell is that?
we used to have LAN parties when I was a kid. Huh, Tim.
Everyone else heard the talking creep, right?
Tim feels like the product of Lictor's twisted mind, another of his experiments. If he's doing this to creeps, I shudder to think what he's doing to Lilith. We need
I feel
to
like
get
there's not a lot
inside.
of enemies.
That air vent. Let's check it out.
That was cool.
Hermes is really creeped out in here.
Bro, he's not opening any of the chests, and it's driving me insane.
Obviously, Hermes.
Now that we're in the black site, let's take a moment to talk about loot. In Borderlands 4, each piece of gear comes from one of 8 manufacturers with their own characteristics and trademarks. There's Jacobs, with crit-friendly black powder weapons, the elemental expertise of Maliwan, Vladov, who solve lower accuracy with more bullets, the toss to reload Tedior, or Torg with explosions!
Okay.
We also have 3 new ones. The Order, with powerful charge and release blast.
I didn't really like the charge and release ones from Borderlands 3, but okay.
Fully auto rippers. And the reliable, easy-to-use Daedalus, which can use multiple ammo types.
That's cool.
But that's just the start. We've introduced an all-new licensed parts system. This allows for behaviors and abilities from multiple manufacturers to spawn in a single weapon. For instance, this
that's kind of cool.
assault rifle features a Torg mag, Hyperion shield, and a Maliwan elemental switch, meaning it shoots fast and explodes things. The higher the rarity, the more parts that can randomly spawn, creating wilder and wilder loot.
And
that's cool.
Before even getting into alt fire modes, underbarrels, and elemental damage.
Oh, they got oh, what was the gun's name? I can't remember, but yeah, they had like a little walking gun in 3 too. That was cool.
Damage. The possibilities are truly endless.
To support playing with your favorite manufacturer, we've added enhancements. This new type of gear replaces artifacts and provides bonuses to specific manufacturers.
So it's the same exact
Take
thing.
my current enhancement. It adds a kill bonus to all guns with Daedalus parts, along with more reload speed and critical damage. This lets you min-max your build around your favorite manufacturer, immediately turning just okay guns into amazing weapons.
Finally, we've heard your feedback, and we've overhauled our drop rates and loot across the game. We've worked hard to make sure all our gear feels better than ever, while also making rarity matter again. This makes for our most satisfying loot chase ever. And at the top of everything are legendaries. These have always had unique effects that you won't find on any other piece of gear. But in Borderlands 3, they drop too often. This not only devalued legendaries, it made everything feel less valuable. In our new system, not only do all guns feel great, but now legendaries will truly be special events. We've added the magic back to our loot
That's
chest,
cool.
and we know you'll love grinding all that great gear on Kairos.
Are they all just
But let's get
rainbow
back to
guns? Is that what
combat, so I
legendary
can show
means
you
now?
my favorite thing, ordnance. This is the new gear slot for grenades and heavy weapons like rocket launchers.
Oh, that's cool.
Instead of taking up a gun slot and ammo, ordnance now has cooldown timers. No more
Oh, so
saving
there's
the big
no
guns
ammo?
for boss fights. Now you can blow stuff up as often
For
as you
ordnance? That's cool. She just used her elemental whatever.
Before we go further, let's talk a little bit about action skills.
Oh yeah, her action skill, that's what
Every
it's
Vault
called.
Hunter has a set of 3 unique action skills. These are class-defining abilities with devastating effects. Up until now, I'd been
Right, we
using
already had
Incarnate
this.
to deliver powerful phase blasts. But let's switch it up to Phase Familiar and pull out Trouble. As you can see, each action skill has its
That's
own
cool.
branching skill tree, giving you more build freedom than ever before. On top of passive skills, you can further customize action skills with augments and capstones.
We're gonna skip the rest of this part
Experiment.
because
Skill tree.
Each Vault
we all know what this
Hunter-
is.
Also, you can pet the cat.
Of course you
Dead
can
end.
pet the cat, yeah.
Or is it? Let's see where this vent takes us. Gods. Are those test tubes?
Yeah, his sword thing is cool. All right, smash. That's an old mechanic. What is he shooting at?
I'm down. But thankfully, our fight for your life mechanic makes a return. Of course, I could have avoided it in the first place if I had just used my ref kit. This new piece of gear provides health and other buffs, like temporarily boosting my elemental damage, rate of fire, or movement speed.
Okay.
I'm almost afraid
Otherwise,
to
it's
ask
looking
what's
pretty
in the tube.
pretty similar, but some new guns, a couple new mechanics. They look good.
No more save loading to run bosses. Now you can return to the arena and use Moxie's big encore machine to spawn another run.
That's cool.
But we'll talk more about endgame later. For now, let's jump ahead and show you something truly badass.
Oh, is this a boss?
In Borderlands 4, our bosses are bigger and better than ever, putting all your new skills, gear, and abilities to the ultimate test.
I like this style of boss. There weren't a ton of bosses like this in the last
Spoilers. That's enough of that for
the last
now.
few games. Oh, that's
But
all we get to
look
see.
forward to showing you much more this June at our first hands-on gameplay event.
All right. Well, I guess yeah, that's the end of that pretty much. That looks good. I'm excited to play it. Hopefully the story is good and it doesn't suck like 3. But all right. I will be back in like 2 minutes. All right. All right, we're going to switch gears again. That was a nice little palate cleanser. Oof, little gaming news there. Now we're going to be checking out this. She's not like new to the internet, but she just did a really big debate with Jim Bob. She did pretty well during. I want to check out her appearance on Whatever with Jim Bob and Jay Dyer, and one of her old appearances against Andrew Wilson, just to see like how well she does in other situations and kind of critique everyone's performance like I normally do. So we're getting back into the social, culture, political crap. Which one of these? Let's do the old one first. This is going to be a gender debate, so this is going to be, I don't know, interesting might not be the word. Chaotic, maybe?
Honeybook makes it look like I'm a teen.
All right, Whatever podcast derailed. That's a whole highlight reel. I don't need the highlight reel. We'll skip to the actual content here. All right.
So here's the truth. The truth is that society didn't have any problems with this. Society's never had any problems with this. Nobody was ever confused about who was a man and who was a woman. Ever. It never came up. Ever. It never came up. Yeah, it is true.
Wait, where does it actually
start? So here's the truth.
Nobody fucking cares, because that's not how we treat words unless they're like clinical
Oh, okay, here we go. This is where it actually starts. Whoever did the chapters on this scuffed it.
What is a woman? I think you answered, correct?
Oh, they're doing that question.
I don't really know how to answer that.
It's okay. You can. It's okay. We believe
a
in you.
woman is someone who is feminine, and that doesn't mean that, you know.
So there's a trans woman who's like looks like Megan Fox, a woman. If Megan Fox has a dick, is she a woman? But she looks like a
She's a trans woman.
woman, and she's
that's
super feminine.
She's not a woman.
Okay, so you don't think women are people who are
well, that's what I was about to say, but I don't think. That's why I don't really
She doesn't
know
want
how
to
to
get
answer
canceled.
that.
She doesn't want to get canceled.
You want XX chromosomes in a...
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Except for hermaphrodites. You're not really sure about that.
Well, I was gonna actually ask if, let's say, like, going back to that, if Megan Fox had a dick, would you allow her to compete in women's sports?
Do you want to open the trans sports conversation? Because it's super different than like a definitional
Here, how about we
conversation.
get what if definition? Geez, I can't say this word. Can anybody?
Definitionally.
Definition. Thank you. English is my second language. So.
That's okay. Coyote's your first, right?
Yes. Wait, Nala, let's hear a little. Okay, never mind.
こんにちは、私の名前はナラです。今日はどう
That's
です
not
か?
exactly what I was going for, but I liked it. Thank you.
No, but I thought you were referring to the Japanese like last time. You're like, no, let's hear that. Did you think I spoke coyote or some shit? I've never seen that one.
What if definitionally a cohort?
Is that Spider-Man girl the one that just like found Jesus? She kind of looks familiar. She was like on Michael Knowles and on Charlie and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I think that's her.
Of people think that or believe that the word woman refers to a female, and the word man refers to males.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue with definition arguments. It's
Right.
like the way that societies come to definitions is super different. This is why when people like etymologically, it doesn't mean that. Nobody fucking cares, because that's not how we treat words unless they're like clinical medical words, and we got rid of all of these words from being clinical medical for the most part. So if society as a group does.
Hey, Bucky, welcome to chat. Was it real? Did she really convert? Or was it just like a grift? I mean, who would really know, I guess. I saw like a clip of her talking to somebody, and I don't know, it just felt grifty.
Decides that a woman is a woman with 2 X chromosomes exclusively, then everyone's going to function like that way. The problem is that it's...
Dude, this conversation is going to fall apart so fast. She claims to be a minister now and takes people's money under a different pretense. There you have it, folks.
Still not very functional in a society if you've got Megan Fox walking around hiding her dick super well, because you're definitely not testing for people's vaginas and X chromosomes when you're just looking around. This is why gender's more of a performance and sex is a medical term.
No, it is actually used.
I don't think gender's real. I think it's just like a nonsense concept. I don't think it serves any utility. Like, really. I don't see the point.
That is true. So here's the truth. The truth is that society
What's the truth, Andrew? Let's hear the truth from Andrew Wilson.
Have any problems with this. Society's never had any problems with this. Nobody was ever confused about who was a man and who was a woman ever. It never came up. Ever. It never came up. Yeah, it is true. Don't come. Did I just let you talk?
Yeah, that's categorically not true. There's been stuff about this for as long as written history as we have access to.
The whole time, I didn't say anything.
Just let him talk.
So look.
Not the same way that we talk about it now, but there's always been like third genders and like all kinds of different things regarding this. I still think it's a pointless concept, but
we really didn't have this problem. It was not a problem. You go back and read books in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. They're not talking about this. You read books from the 1800s, they don't care. Okay? It was not a problem inside of society. To know who was a female and who was a male, never been a problem. What has happened is special interest groups have moved in to the social sciences and have begun to fund studies and have begun to push an agenda.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this weird amalgamation of like your sex and your personality and like where those things do or don't intersect, and it's just like it's just like it's such a pointless concept. I don't get it.
In order to make this definition now get pushed out into the ethos, and like like Notsoerudite just said, right? What happens is in the sociological fields, they've already begun changing all of the definitions there, trying to get it to get changed out into the ethos, into the commons. But you know what? We really shouldn't have done that, and they don't have the authority to make that choice for other people.
So you and I could probably circle talk about how sociology is all day, because
Hold on,
Modest
just 1 second.
Hikima donated $200. Why do trans women mark female on government forms? Stop acting like I need to partake in and confirm people's SMH.
Yeah, that's the other thing is autogynephilia, and how many of the M to Fs suffer from autogynephilia.
Yeah.
It is definitely
and there's a really big issue when you look at F to Ms as far as like comorbidities of like kind of canary disorders that we would call in the early adolescence, right? So when you list criticisms, I'm not so partisan that I wouldn't just grant you all those criticisms. The issue for me when we're talking about definitions is A, it's a boring conversation to me, and B, the history that you gave isn't quite correct. For example, wifeman etymologically just comes from talking about...
Jesus, could this chick on the far left have any more cleavage? Is it even possible?
Like the other partner who wasn't the man. Like it was just wifemen. These also got lots of cultures, for example, that have something like the Fa'afafine. The Fa'afafine is a third gender that exists in a Samoan culture. It's existed for a couple hundred of years. And I would agree if you're like, well, that's a case, different example. The problem is that there is history and dialogue about gender dynamics to some degree. It's just the issue is like they didn't have the language that we have now when they talk about it.
They had the language in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s to say, hey, Bill.
Yeah, it's a super, super, super soft science, if it's even a science at all. And the problem with it is that it's based on like studies and surveys, and people kind of lie, and none of them are like they're not repeatable. Like they never get the same results when they go to do the survey again. I think it's something like 60 to 70% of sociological and psychological studies and surveys they can't be replicated. That's the word, replicated.
Over there, he's not just wearing a wig, right? He's a woman. They had the language to do that. Of course they did. But my other thing is, if you look at what gender is supposed to represent, it has two ends of an extreme. So the two ends of the extreme have to be male and female, or gender can't actually mean anything. It can't, because a word has to refer to something outside of the word itself. It has to refer to something outside of the word itself, or it's regressive. It's a regressive definition. So if you have male on this side and female on this side, the gender is referring to the biology. It actually has to be referring to the biology.
I've already granted you that gender is downstream in biology, but just because two synonyms overlap, it doesn't make them the same word. This is why the one person that messaged him was like, joy, good, blah, are all the same word. I'm just like, holy shit, I'm really worried about your vocab score. We do have a whole bunch of synonyms, but when you actually look into what the words mean, this is why it's really frustrating when somebody says like maybe joy and happiness. They're synonyms, they're kind of similar, and they overlap a ton, and maybe the beginning and ends of joy are all encapsulated within happiness. But most people treat joy like a separate word than happiness. This is how we engage with these words.
Okay, so let's just grant that this is true. Sure. Okay. Let's say
it is true. She did a good job of explaining that. And that exact reason is why I just think that gender is like a pointless concept.
If I look at a trans woman and say, that's a guy with a wig, and you say, no, it's not, right?
Super depend to me.
Right, how am I wrong?
I guess it would depend. Is the person passing?
Let's just say that they are.
Do most of them wear wigs? I feel like most of them just grow their hair out and then straighten it and dye it. I don't know.
But I know.
Like it's Megan Fox?
Yeah, let's just say that I know. Why am I still wrong, though, to say that? Why would that be wrong?
I would say you're being insensitive.
Yeah, right, but it's not wrong.
I would disagree with you. I'd say that she's a woman, but at the end of the day...
Yeah. I'm willing to say trans woman. If we're going to insist that gender is like a concept that we're going to use in society, then it's a whole separate category. It's a trans woman. It's a different category than woman. I mean, like, it just... That's the only way I can make sense of it.
I recognize that you probably won't be defining women the way that I am.
Right. So
which is why this conversation is
so when we're talking about definitions here, right, then definitionally, if I say that, I'm not wrong. Now, if I'm moving back towards you, I think that I have a better case to make for why you are. Because I think that when we're talking about biology, right, of male and female, that what I'm saying is far more accurate than what you're saying.
I would actually say the opposite. I would say something like sex is going to be deeply less functional and less accurate.
Pixie, put your hand down. Let the adults talk.
Right, because there's, as you probably know, all of those extreme outliers that don't fall well into the sex categories. This is why sex is a bimodal function. Gender, I think, actually works really well because it explains the function and how we interact with each other. If I see somebody walk around with hairy legs, clearly a dick under the dress, and like a beard growing, I'm going to agree with you being like, I probably would respect and be like, I understand what they're trying to perform towards, but I would agree with you that you might label them a man.
I don't understand the sex is a bimodal function. How that even if that's true, how would that even play in here?
The reason why it would play in is because you're saying sex is a more accurate word, and I'm saying the problem with all of these words is that none of them are hyper accurate.
Yeah, I think Kyla would generally because trans people are no fan of Notsoerudite. She doesn't go like extreme enough for them at all. Andrew would obviously agree with you that you can opt out and not play the game. She might say you're being insensitive, but she wouldn't legislate you to have to play the game. That's for sure. It just seems like a pointless concept. Like, yeah, do whatever you want. I don't care.
When you talk about a hermaphrodite, or people that are born with the XY chromosomes, but their testes don't drop, they're born with, they look like women in every single way, but they're functionally men.
Well,
because we don't interact with each other.
They're pretty accurate.
That's
they're
the thing.
pretty accurate. Like, for instance, it's so accurate, in fact, that any farm animal that's born, you can essentially just take one peek and you know. Same thing with human children.
Not true of cats. But.
Same thing with human children.
After Andrew, go ahead, Pixie, and then if you want to
the problem is that your definition is not actually reflecting how you're using it in reality. You didn't check anybody's genitals in here. You didn't check their chromosomes. You're making assumptions on their appearance.
Because we have to make assumptions in order to use words.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with anything?
Exactly.
Just 1 second, then we'll come back in.
That's not a reflection to reality,
Will a straight
though.
man never be attracted to a trans woman? Probably not. But I guess you never know.
I mean, why do they make so much money in porn? That's the thing. No man is
Our
attracted to
words have to reflect reality. Otherwise,
Yeah, let's all talk over each other so that we can all hear each other. That's perfect.
One at a time, one at a time.
And the way
Guys, wait, hold on.
guys.
Hold on, guys. Just one at a time, really quick. Thank you, St. Reezy. I have a question related to that I'll get into in just a sec. Let me do one chat before it falls off, and then I'll have you come in, Pixie. We had Big Papa Karma. Brian, I'm back with a link because it's a sin to lie. This is a public on YouTube, so it's a completely fair game. So let's be men and see who's a liar. Unfortunately, my friend, you sent me a video that's an hour and 30 minutes long. That's called Occult Roots of Feminism with Based Homeschool Mom, aka Rachel Wilson. Unfortunately, my dear friend, I'm not going to be able to play this hour and 30-minute long video, but
Unhinged chatter. Wow. Hour and 30-minute long video. Jeez.
I mentioned the title, so go ahead, Pixie, go ahead.
So the point is, our words have to reflect how we actually use them in reality. Otherwise, they're meaningless. Otherwise, I can call, you a chair or something like that, right? They have to have some reflection on our day-to-day usage. So you can say like, oh no, like technically, like, the appearance, it doesn't really matter, but it does matter because that is how we use the word. Functional definitions is what matters, a function of how we use the word.
Yeah, so trans woman is a plenty functional term to use to describe them. I don't think woman is that functional to describe them. If we must insist that gender be a thing, which I still am not convinced.
So let's assume that we grant this for a second. Let me ask you a question. Is a male who identifies himself as a woman, who doesn't
Yeah, for an hour and a half, that better be the roots of everything in the universe.
meet any of the criteria for what you would consider presentation, even though they're trying really hard, is that still a woman?
I would say societally they fail to present as
Okay,
women.
but would you still call them one?
Personally, I would be respectful towards them, but I would say like, hey, you're not presenting properly
wait, why would
as
you
a
do
woman.
that? It doesn't match up with the reality.
What? Because you can be respectful towards someone, right?
I don't even know if that's respectful. I'm not convinced that that's respectful.
But still be like, hey, just telling you like there is a non-consensual or not, you're not meeting the basis for a reality requirement.
So what you're showing me here, essentially, is that you will use the word that doesn't meet up with the expectation of reality in order to in order to not be a little bit overtly sensitive towards that person. However, if I'm using the word which is more descriptive towards that reality, what am I doing wrong?
I have a question.
No, answer mine and then ask yours.
No, I'm going to answer yours through this, basically.
You're going to answer mine by asking me a question.
Absolutely. You'll see
You're
in a
going to
second.
answer my question by asking me a
no,
question.
you'll see. Just be patient. You have called me Pixie, right? But that is not my governmental or my real name, right? That is my streaming name. Yet you still call me by that name, right? So even though that
Names are not the same thing. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Pixie, just stop talking and let Kyla handle this. Please, just stop talking.
Name isn't what is happening in reality, you still refer me to as such.
Is pseudonym seems a bit different to me than the conversation
The issue with this is that what we're doing is what often happens.
Wait, did you want to answer Andrew's question?
Well, yeah, the point that I was trying to get to at the basis of this
get you in.
is that there are multiple scenarios in day-to-day life where something doesn't line up exactly with how reality is. But because we're social creatures and we understand that there's nuance, not everything is black and white, we give certain leverages or leniences towards it. So it's not super out there to be like, hey, you know what, it's okay to call someone Pixie, even though that's not their governmental legal name. And it's okay to say hey, I'm going to call her Stephanie because she likes that name more,
Yeah, until this is applied in reality like you're talking about. So I can call you Pixie, for instance, but if you were to go in and have tests done on you by the government, for instance, can you identify yourself as Pixie?
What do you mean?
Or can you write Pixie?
Bro, what do you mean? What do you mean? That was a very simple question. Everything has occult roots, even Christianity, no matter how much they deny it. The old ones dreaming beneath the sea in the city of Rayla. Yeah. I don't even really buy the whole Christianity is like an objective moral worldview, because it still comes down to your preference of thing that was written down by human long time ago that is claimed to have been granted to them by God. It's just like, it just doesn't work.
And then your last name, or do you have to write your first and last name issued to you by the government? Do you have to check if you're male and female?
Yeah, I'm not.
Right?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah,
When
so
did that ever come to
my question
disagreement?
becomes, when it comes to use, I don't even understand what your point is.
Well, because there's a difference between institutional uses and interpersonal uses and political uses. This is obvious, right? So a big problem that happens in all these discussions is we talk about macro, which is ideology. So you would say, I disagree. You probably think trans ideology is super harmful. You disagree with all that. I'm assuming. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's true.
This is an ideological perspective. And then you go, well, Kyla, you have this ideological perspective. Interpersonally, though, would you respect somebody who you don't think is passing? It's yeah, of course. Just like when your wife asks, if something makes her look too fat, you're like, I'm going to be really cautious in the way that I talk about this. Or if you're...
Would I? I don't know. I've never dated anyone that would look fat in anything.
Wife asked, do you think I'm still, not your wife specifically, obviously. I'm not making a personal attack. But if somebody's wife is do I still look beautiful? And she's she doesn't look like she did in her 20s, you kind of lie a little bit. Interpersonally, you do a lot of things that are polite, but obviously at an institutional level, these are also different, right? Acting like all these things must be treated equally is a dishonest way in the way that words are used, because words are deeply generative and dynamic.
Unfortunately, when we get into things like legislation, how we govern the world, how people actually deal with these things in real time, there's a huge amount of resentment which is built up over the fact that we're expected to lie about things we know aren't true.
Just one sec.
If T women are women, why do they all get offended when being treated by men like a women?
Which actually, this brings up a great point, which is, if it just comes down to identification, it can't, because this would create all kinds of issues. Like, for instance, if you were sleeping with someone and they identified as the opposite sex, while you were sleeping with them and really meant it, would that make you a homosexual? That doesn't, that kind of stuff makes no sense on its face. The self-ID claims are absurd.
I'm not using self-ID.
Okay, but you kind of are.
We're definitely and definitionally not, and this is why so many trans people hate.
So let's find out.
I am not using self-ID.
If it's not self-ID.
Yeah, self-ID is definitely crazy. That makes no sense. Because, pronouns aren't actually for the person you're referring to. That's not what pronouns are for. That's not how they work.
ID, right? Then how would you know to identify them as that? You're saying in the cases where you can't tell.
You pretty much always can tell unless somebody is rejecting the binary in and of itself. So a non-binary, for example, I'm gonna get in a lot of water. I don't think most non-binary people are trans. I reject that. I don't think they are because I don't think self-D is valid. Most non-binary people, you'll go look at them and you're like, some of them you can tell, and some of them, let's be honest, everyone's had this super kind of bull lesbian come in with a short haircut, super stout, and been like, is that a man? Is that a trans man? And it's not. It's just a woman. Because most of the ways that we evaluate each other is on the performance. So if they're attempting to pass, if their performance isn't attemptive, I more or less know what they're going for. Interpersonally, I would respect that.
Try to each make your final points on this if you can. Oh, hold on.
Andy in my AMJ donated $200. Fantastic debate. Thankfully, we all agree Nala is a woman and she's fantastic. Would one of the females make the hangry lesbian a bowl of ramen and keep it moving? Thursday night football.
Who's the hangry lesbian?
Actually, we can.
So anyway, the ultimate point here is this.
Sure.
If I say woman and I mean adult female, right? And from the Christian perspective, and most religious perspectives, in fact, at least Abrahamic religion, are going to agree with this, right? They're going to say, nope, you're not this thing that you're not. We're not going to call you that. Obviously, it does us harm if we're compelled to do that, right? That is causing us harm, whether you like it or not. So why should we, A, be compelled to do that?
I'm not saying you should.
Okay, I'm not saying that you are. And B, why is it that even if we were compelled, we shouldn't resist by not doing it on purpose at that point, just to kind of make a political statement and a social statement of like, nope, we're not going to conform to you kind of beating down our religious values here. And when it comes to your purposes, when you're talking about the T question, you're still kind of making the statement that I'm not sure, they can kind of be, they can kind of not be. So I'd like you to clarify that for me.
Sure. So first of all, I've never argued for compelled speech. I think it's a violation of First Rights Amendments, I guess in America is what it's called. I don't believe in compelled speech. I think at the end of the day, you also have consequences for your free speech. So if you choose to call somebody who is clearly trying to perform in every single way as a woman, a man, they're probably going to think you're and probably like 80% of the population.
What if you called them male? Would that be?
It would be really weird interpersonally to like go up to somebody and be like, hello, male, or like in any way. Like most people would again cringe because they know what you're doing. They know that you're aesthetically trying to appeal to a political movement. So you're allowed to have any political field. You're allowed to be an equal to people. You're allowed to politically, in kind of rejection, not use people's pronouns. I actually don't believe that this is required at all. The issue is people are also allowed to be like, hey, you're trying to be an asshole.
That way, just
yeah.
So then where do we go then when we're inside society and you have a Christian-owned business who says, no, we're not going to give you or make suitable accommodations for your bathroom arrangements, whereas instead you can use this bathroom or this bathroom like everybody else has always done.
Yep.
Right?
I love capitalism.
Yeah,
I hope your business suffers as a result, and if it doesn't, that's great.
So
but I think
nothing compelled there.
No, I'm not really big on compelled stuff.
Okay, so
yeah, I think
if I could.
So this is just a semantic distinction then.
I would say almost wholly it is, excluding things like medical care. Right? This is why I'm not pro self-ID.
Go ahead.
Can I just throw something in there? If you travel to any other country, and this is like my vote for the U.S. doing this, I think it would solve a lot of issues, but a lot of people would agree with me. Go to other countries, bathrooms are universal, and the sink is where everyone uses it.
True. Based. That's the real answer. The amount of like SA that happens in bathrooms is like microscopic compared to other places. Solves the issue. Doesn't solve like the locker room issue or the sports issue, but I think those ones are kind of like too obvious. It's too obvious with those ones. It should be by sex. Like this is obvious.
Solves all problems.
I agree with you.
The fact that we have to worry about men and women's bathrooms, make it universal. Sink is in the front where.
And just make the stalls like actually block shit.
Well, you know something I've seen that I object to as a man. Oftentimes when there used to be a woman's bathroom and a man's bathroom, what they end up doing is they'll switch the man's bathroom to an all-gender bathroom, but keep the woman's bathroom a woman's bathroom. So y'all are encroaching on the man.
I've never seen that anywhere. I need like a... If anyone has seen that, link it or something, because I've never seen that anywhere.
Male bathrooms, the men bathroom. I'm very upset.
Y'all
I'm
pee fast,
I'm
though.
upset about it.
Yeah, you guys never have bathroom lines.
Just to be clear, any inconsistent application of things, I'll just side with you. Yeah, we shouldn't do those things, obviously. It's basically benevolent sexism. It's kind of weird. It's like,
So when you get into the medical arena here.
Sure.
Let's dive into this.
Okay.
So you're saying definitely in society you don't care, right? Doesn't matter if my viewpoint is this way, you're not going to try to make anything which compels me to do anything opposite of that. You don't believe probably I should be deplatformed, for instance, about speaking out against stuff like that? Probably not.
But if you incite hate speech or violence against
yeah, I get it. Yes. I think that's a distinction. But moving into this, on the medical field, what are the things you want to see there? What are the things you're wanting to see there, Kyla?
Yeah, so the things that I would like to see are, for example, no self-ID and a pretty rigorous process by which we determine these things. I think, I haven't got into any of the neuroscience stuff when it comes.
Why stop there? No bathrooms at all. Nature like God intended.
Comes to definitions, because it's really important to understand how definitions function, but AI has done crazy stuff for leading us forward in as far as neuroscience. I believe you're born trans. I don't believe that this is a choice or anything like that. And I think if you're choosing to be it, you're doing it for political reasons, popularity reasons, or something probably mental illness specifically related, right? It seems to be the case that...
Okay, can we back up just briefly so we don't move into too many things? You say that you think people are born trans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
So questioning that.
I would say we have really strong literature showing the historicity of some sort of trans issues going back hundreds of years. There's absolutely been these things. This is part of where autogynephilia.
That's not good evidence for you being born trans, though.
Another thing would be things like heritability, right? So I think there's a high level of genetic comorbid factors that are associated with being trans. There seems to be some level of predictability with estrogen levels. Is it born as far as epigenetic versus just genetic? It's probably more in the epigenetic direction. Another really big marker that it's probably born in.
So you're talking about environmental factors impacting this in a great way as well?
No, epigenetic factors is not environmental factors alone.
No, that's not what I asked. Okay. I asked if you're talking about environmental factors affecting this as well, or if you think it's mostly just a genetic thing.
I mean, anything mental health is going to be complicated. Probably both of these things are playing in, but probably when it comes to trans, more you need to have a genetic. It's like a pre-requirement, maybe is the best way to say it.
Yeah. Well,
you're pre-required to have the genes.
So let me clarify. So I'm not talking about the alcoholic who they have a predisposition towards alcohol, but absent the alcohol, they never become an alcoholic. What I'm asking for here is if you think that particular circumstance of the movement towards the thing is the genetic disposition, or if there's a different genetic disposition where they're actually born with this disposition to want to move into another body or whatever the mental illness is.
Based on the earliness of where dysphoria seems to emerge, I suspect that it's going to be probably still epigenetic to some degree, but I'm going to be clear, the literature is still out on this one, on, just to be clear, every single thing to do with the brain. So it's a really hard question to answer.
You mean the trans brain scans and all that?
Yeah, sure. The trans brain scans where it's are they the same as women's brain?
Oh yeah, I looked into that. That was so crazy. None of the brain scan stuff is your brain develops at 25, that's not real. The male female brain thing, that's not real. None of it's real. I looked into this one time, I did a huge deep dive. None of it's real. None of it. We don't know jack shit about people's brains. Basically nothing at all. It's totally nonsense. There's no such... Oh, hey Chris, how you doing, bud? Sorry, bro, there's a culture war raging, so the truth is on vacation until further notice. True. There's no such thing as a soul. How can one be born in the wrong body or as the wrong gender? I don't know. She's attempting to explain that right now, but I don't think gender even exists. So, hated that question. Arden Hurt hated that question and called it transphobic before banning it from chat. Interesting.
And it's some research said yeah, some said no. Right, this is a really unsolved problem, but it does seem highly genetic. Starting at 3, any sort of mental thing that begins that early is very suspicious for high levels of genetic involvement.
So then how come when you see this movement, then in other cultures, you see it in distinctly different ways? If you're pre-programmed, for instance, in the West, to be a male who's born and wants to be a woman, wants to be a female, why is it that you respond in a distinctly different way than you would in a different culture? In other words, why is it that if you're born Scottish, you don't want to get in a kilt, right? This is the question.
Why do you think that the kilt is an...
I don't think that's always true. I think non-Scottish people want to wear a kilt once in a while.
Anyways, comparable to like gender identity.
Because of presentation, which is what you said, is the mark of gender, an ID, is presentation. So why is it that they always want to present like a Western filled-up girl who looks like kind of a skank on Instagram versus what a woman would look like in Saudi Arabia, for instance?
So do you think trans people just don't exist outside of Western countries?
That's
Is
not
that
what I
He's
asked.
saying that it's like an aesthetic that they put on. Are you telling me that you honestly believe that wearing a kilt is similar to becoming trans? Do you
Well,
think that
what
they're
I'm
the
saying
same?
is that...
Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that if it's aesthetics that we're looking at, and that's what you claim gender actually is an aesthetic presentation towards a thing...
I didn't say transgenderism ideology is that thing. I said the way that I define gender is performance. These are not the
Yeah,
same
but
thing.
Performance is what? Isn't that the aesthetic?
Well, no, the performance is in large part aesthetic, but you're now asking me about ideology.
So what I'm asking you
What
is
is
like,
ideology?
how do you know that the way that these are presented, right, in the West, if you were put in a different environment, in a different country?
Will they become fa'afafine like the Samoans?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a valid question, but it's not similar to a kilt, and I don't think that these things are analogous in any way, and we can't pretend like.
Well, yeah, she's right. That's not analogous to a kilt. I don't know where Andrew was going with that one, but that doesn't really answer the question. I hope she answers the question too.
They are. The actual thing about fa'afafine shows probably the way that they express societally is pretty open up to society. But the fa'afafine are a third gender.
Yeah,
That's
so
how
that
their
ought to
society
put,
reconcile
well,
it.
so I mean, just that alone, just that statement, that the environment's going to greatly impact whether or not you even present with the opposition of gender.
That's not what I've said.
Okay, well then why don't you rephrase it?
Okay, let's go back. What is ideology?
Well, who cares? Go back to my question.
What is ideology?
No, wait. Hang on. You're moving back too far.
No.
The previous statement that you just made was what?
The previous statement that I said was that the fa'afafine express socially in a different way than the way
before
that
that you said that depending on where you're at in the world, right, you may not even present with this type of gender.
That is not what I said.
It is what you
said. I said that they present as a third gender, but the dysphoria rates are very similar. When you rate them on things like dysphoria of body, it rates very similar to Western trans women and trans men. They're
in this
absolutely
one
similar
culture.
Groups. In the one culture.
Yeah, in this one culture, but that.
Wait,
but
why
this
would you
moves,
dismiss
but
this
this
over
moves
one
back.
culture?
But this moves back to the question of like, how do you know that if they're born in?
That's a good question.
Yes.
What's ideology?
Okay. Notsoerudite, you're being completely obtuse.
I'm not being obtuse.
You are being obtuse. Go ahead and explain it. Explain it so that you feel better about yourself.
Let me explain why I'm asking you this, just to be nice. The reason I'm asking you this is because you moved from talking about gender and performance, which is a definitional argument, to then conflating it with an ideological argument.
Okay.
These are not the same topics.
Explain it so you feel better, and then we can move on.
I'm not going to explain it until I feel better. I'm going to explain it until we're on the same page because we can't have a good conversation if you're shifting between the lenses of how we're analyzing things. Okay, so what is the difference between a performance and an ideology?
Don't ask me questions, explain it.
I'm asking you that
Don't
question.
ask me questions, explain it.
I don't want to explain it. I want
You don't want to explain it, you just want to ask questions.
Well,
you said I need to explain this?
Can we all just take a moment to appreciate Brian's face right now? We're that's going on the thumbnail.
Concept to you so that you understand it. I say explain it, you ask me questions.
I think you're smart.
Just
hold on.
explain
I've explained it 3 times.
Oh, explain it again.
You're very smart.
Explain it again.
I don't think you're participating in the conversation
I'm literally asking you to explain it to me.
Okay, etiology is how something comes about. That's when you were asking me about things like epigenetics and nature versus nurture questions. The other thing, presentation performance, is a semantic definitional conversation. We can have both of these, but when you act like they're the same conversation, it's just muddy.
So how do they get...
Modest Hikima donated $200. How many genders are there? Do we need list of 5 on our legal forms?
Oh.
5
quadrillion. It got, yeah.
I feel like legal forms should just have sex on them.
Okay.
TTS did you dirty.
TTS did you dirty. Does anybody know what that number is, by the way? Anyone care to wager?
Trillion, maybe?
There could be infinity.
Gazillion.
There could be as many as you want. They're socially constructed. You just make them up.
Trillion.
I disagree with that because I don't believe in
self-ID. Light years.
As long as you don't believe in self-ID, these things are concretable and you can manage them. I don't believe in self-ID. I don't think there's cat gender. I don't think that there's like things like zers. I think non-binaryism is usually people between transition of becoming trans, or it's a political statement, typically. I think that, for example, cat gender, it's just dumb. I'm not really interested in it at all.
What about Dragonkin?
What is that?
Dragonkin? Do you have any?
Good point, Brian. What about Dragonkin?
Thoughts on Dragonkin?
Dragons are so cool, right? No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, in a serious way, no, of course
Okay,
not.
okay.
Yeah, so when you're when you're moving back into gender,
Sure.
okay, when you're talking about
Godspeed, there's 151. No, that's I'm pretty sure that's original Pokemon. That's Pokemon. You're confused.
Definitions?
No, not the definition.
Or the etiology.
But yeah, now we're talking about the etiology. So if we're going to move into this, how it comes to be, okay? Would you say that the same person, we took the same genetics and they were born in, like, I don't know, Zimbabwe, right? That there's a good distinct possibility that just due to the environment.
Pokemon Yellow with the blue and yellow Game Boy. Back when it came out, Pikachu following me around. I caught every single one of those bastards. Had to trade for a few of them, but I got them all.
They may never actually present in this way at all.
I think that there's a decent chance in like Zimbabwe. I think Zimbabwe is highly conservative and they're probably not going to present in any way because they'd probably get killed and they're probably going to have high levels of mental health conditions.
Yeah, but you don't know that wouldn't be the reason. I'm saying that if they weren't going to, instantly destroy them, you think that they would come out trying to present as a Western woman, or would they try to present as a female in their culture?
In Zimbabwe, why would they ever come out as presenting like a Western woman in Zimbabwe?
So this is the question moving backwards
Can
that
I ask
I
you
already
another
asked
question?
you before, which is, if they're coming out, why is it that they only want to present in the way that they see the Western cultural
Because
women
society
present?
determines the way that we express mental health all the time. For example, have you ever heard of, I forget the term of it, it was a disease that went across Japan where men believed genuinely that their dicks were being swallowed by their body. Have you heard of this mental health
Sounds
condition?
like a good time. Did you want to come in, by the way?
Someone
It sounded
Google
like you
that
wanted
one.
to come in.
Someone Google that.
I've never heard of that. Do we want to look that up? I don't think we do. Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to look that up. I think we're going to just glaze right over that one. We're just going to skip that.
I feel like it's just kind of a odd question because it's the same thing with like being gay. Like before, how many artists spent every day with someone of the same gender and then goes down in history as their best friend? Obviously, they didn't come out as gay because the culture they lived in didn't really accept it as much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so if somebody has a mental health condition or something that is predilecting them towards a direction, their society is going to have implication in how that looks and expresses. This is why transgender people with very similar markers to Western transgender people are fa'afafine in the Samoan culture. In the Zimbabwe culture, they're probably really depressed men and women, is my guess, right? With high suicide rates at about, high, bad word.
Deletion.
Deletion. Yeah. Andrew, before you respond, 2 more minutes on this. We can come back to it later. I'd like to take a little interlude so we can maybe ask some other questions.
Oh yeah, they're
but
going
we
to
can
come
certainly
back to it later.
But
Sure.
if you guys each want to make like a
So,
1 minute.
I'll finish by saying this. Schizophrenia is a very established, highly genetic mental health condition. It is epigenetic in nature. It typically gets triggered around 21, and you must have a genetic marker for it, or you'll never have it. And you have to have like 2 to 3 major episodes of depression. The issue is that the way schizophrenia presents in Western North America isn't the same. Hallucinations are often very different. The way that they manage the society is very different. The way that schizophrenia emerges across societies is varied by the society that they live in, even though schizophrenia itself is a legitimate condition.
Okay, and I'll finish with this. This has not manifested itself in society spontaneously and by any metric at all. It's been a political activism by LGBTQ groups who are trying to push this forward, who fund the studies into these, they fund the sociological studies. I mean, almost all of them. They're funded by LGBTQ groups themselves who give these grants to colleges, they give them to schools, they give them to all sorts of different people to do these studies.
Yeah.
And so what we end up with is results we can't even trust inside of a field where the replication is so bad that in some cases it can only be replicated up to 29%. So I have a hard time believing that's considering this is only something that even in my own lifetime has come to the forefront, that this is not agenda-based or that people actually have any concerns whatsoever outside of this now political phenomenon as to what a woman or man ever was. I don't think that they ever cared. We never did. You never did. Nobody ever did.
The issue is it can always be both. That's the problem. It's not like autism spontaneously emerged in the 40s when we made the diagnosis. It always existed. We just didn't have a categorical name for it. These are not the same things. Is there an agenda going on? Are people really trying to push it? Yes. Is it weird that LGBTQ communities are funding it? No. Most alcoholism groups fund studies for alcohol. Most like depression studies are funded by like some sort of related thing. But there is a bias that exists. The literature on like specifically transgenderism is the worst because there's actually two biased groups. There's the like very pro-LGBTQ that is like super sussy with their stats, and then there's the very anti-LGBTQ that is also sussy with their stats, and it is a nightmare trying to manage it. There's a couple of groups that are in between that are doing a fantastic job, but most of their data is coming out in like 2024.
I haven't seen very many of those.
They
Yeah, I haven't seen very many of those anti-LGBTQ groups inside of sociology. That's for sure, especially in comparison to the other groups which are pro-LGBTQ. But that aside, letting that be, inside of society again, you see as our mental health professionals.
Brian said 1 minute closing statements. These are not 1 minute closing statements.
Have increased inside of society. You have seen a huge amount of mental health also increase, especially among women. Women enter into those fields, suddenly they're giving descriptors for mental health crises for women all over the place. Everybody's on some kind of antidepressant, some type of pill. They're on some kind of something that they've been diagnosed with. So it's possible that pharmaceutical companies also take advantage of this. I would assume that they do. I would also assume that inside of the psychological fields, which so many women want to get into, that seems to have, there's something that they're drawn to, that they're attracted to, but you can also see the amount of mental illness of women in society is through the roof. So I almost wondering if women are chasing their own tail.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
I would ask
sorry.
you, okay.
We're going to take a intermission from that conversation. We will return to it, though. So if you have any notes, we can certainly, or any further things to add, we can certainly get back to it. I have a chat here from Antonio.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, some of it's probably legit. Some of it's definitely probably mental illness. It's all just, gender is pointless. It's just like a thing to argue about.
Antenna Boy. First time donating, huge fan of Erudite and Pixie. Also, I'm a fan of Nala, but obviously for a different reason. She's just hot.
We're hot too, you asshole.
Very hot.
Pixie, I wish you were more aggressive and less apologetic on these pods. You go on.
Godspeed, that's why I smoke trees based.
You got beauty and brains. Talk yo shit, girl.
Damn.
Get it, girl.
Get it, girl.
Okay, there you have
nice.
it. Thank you, Antenna Boy. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
I like that our community is immediately just nice.
So, okay, pastor's daughter. I had a pastor's daughter. I have questions. Hide that.
I love that. He donated $200. There's no justification.
All right, we've beaten this one to death, I think. We've beaten this one to death. Let's check out some more. We're going to check out her most recent appearance. These are going to be much shorter clips, so we'll get through topics a little faster. That one was long. Feminist blames men for only caring about making money. Can be can we skip all the ads?
And the problem with a lot of modern men in dating is that all they feel like they can bring is money, because unfortunately our society has attached a male's value to their dollar, their wallet, which I think is a tragedy. And I think it's bad when women do that to men, and I think it's bad when men do that to men.
But you just said the GDP is like the key thing.
Yeah, GDP is really important, but that doesn't mean that
But then it's a tragedy that men's wallet matters.
It's a contradiction.
In a relationship.
It's not a.
That is not a contradiction. That is not a contradiction. Yo, Jay is the most ridiculous person alive.
Contradiction at all to say that at a nation state level GDP is important to be competitive and not get destroyed by your enemies, but at an individual level it's a tragedy.
Why is it a tragedy
that men's only value in a relationship is the dollars that they bring.
Let me make it clear.
Yeah, no, those are completely different things. Wow, they started this clip at the beginning of the argument. Jeez, those are completely different things.
But it should be more value the character that they have.
It's your value scale is arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary.
It's also it's worse. It's actually pretty bad. Is that at the individual level it's a tragedy, but at the nation level it's the ultimate value.
Yes. Your
not the
scale is
ultimate
arbitrary.
value.
And when you argued it with me, you said it was subjective and relative and what you believe is right and
Relative
arbitrary.
doesn't mean arbitrary. These are not the same thing. These are not the same words.
If you argue that it's relative
can be
and then you make an
coherently attached to.
argument, it's arbitrary.
That's not true at all.
It is. It is.
No.
That's not true at all.
Don't know basic philosophy.
Okay,
This
we can
was
go
our
back
2-hour
to this.
debate.
Presuppositionalism is
That has nothing to do
okay,
with
if you wanna
whether
go back there,
relativism is a
we can answer the
contradiction.
question
It has nothing
before.
to do
I'm
with
sorry,
that.
I'm so tired.
You don't understand the topics.
Presuppositionalism doesn't solve
You
Agrippa's
don't know
dilemma.
anything
Bro, he needs to shut up. Like, talking over people doesn't make you right.
Better than foundationalism.
You've never had a philosophy class to even speak on these topics.
I know you're saying this.
No, but you
at this
demonstrated
point,
that you
after
can.
watching your debate, I don't think you have a degree in philosophy
You
because
don't
you would
debate.
know that presuppositionalism
Relativism is
does not solve
subjectivism.
Agrippa's dilemma.
That's
It relies on
irrelevant to
dogmatism.
my position.
Unfortunately,
You don't
you offered
understand the terms that you
coherentism as
use.
the solution to Agrippa's trilemma,
Right,
but you
which is-
know, or you're not educated in it, you know that Agrippa's trilemma is not solved by presuppositionalism. It's not solved by anything.
It is solved.
It is not.
because it's a
Coherentism does
specific
not solve
system.
dogmatism.
You don't even know. You didn't know what coherentism
You
was
don't-
until yesterday. You just
That's
learned
fine.
it yesterday.
I don't have to know every single philosophical
If you're
word
going to come
be
to
able
a debate,
engage.
yeah, you should know
Then
it
you
the day
should probably
before,
know what
right?
equivocating means when you
Which
cited
you
it
didn't
incorrectly.
because you used feminism two different ways?
You cited it incorrectly. You said that it's
No,
making two
it's-
things the same.
no, it's
when
not.
you use the
It's
same
using the word
in a
in
different
different
way.
ways.
Then why did you cite it incorrectly
I
against
clipped
me?
you lying,
used
dummy,
tu quo
yesterday.
pro
I
to
clipped
try
you
to claim
lying
something against
yesterday.
me, but it's an ad hominem from hypocrisy,
I
which you
clipped
cited
you lying
incorrectly
yesterday.
too. When I was looking for
You got clipped
confirmation
lying.
bias, you
100,000
cited
people saw
gambler's
you lie
dilemma.
yesterday.
Gambler's
My
dilemma has
clips-
nothing to do with confirmation bias. It wasn't what I was looking for. Gambler's dilemma
You mean
has
when I
everything to do
literally
from using
cited-
past
when
post hoc
I cited
information
your
to make
example-
predictions of the future,
when I
which has
cited
nothing to
your
do with
example-
confirmation
Yeah, let's just talk over each other a lot. Oh, is Brian? Oh, I see the asteroid. The asteroid's coming.
bias. So what you
gave
do
you a
in
very
debates
example, you
is
idiot.
you cite a bunch of
The very thing you
philosophically
said was
sounding
what I
words
said.
to feel impressive.
You're
and
not talking to
unfortunately,
anybody but
you
yourself.
don't know
You're talking
what
to
you're
the
talking about.
hamster
And
that's
you
running in
rely
your
on
head on a wheel in your
presuppositionalism.
head. There's a
to
hamster.
Bro, that is so cringy. He is the cringiest person on planet Earth.
dump
going.
people who don't have like
There's a hamster
philosophical
going,
systems in
and
the
it's
background,
spitting
but
the
you
little
still,
doo-doo balls out of your
to
mouth
this day,
like a hamster
haven't
will.
solved Agrippa's trilemma, and you're
You
stuck.
don't even
and
know
you
what
know
that is. It has to do with epistemology. I asked you what epistemology was. You didn't even know.
I said
I said,
Agrippa's-
what's justified true belief? Oh, tell me. You don't
Agrippa's
know anything
trilemma,
about these
I can
topics.
define it
I watched that debate and that didn't happen.
for you. It's infinite regression.
I know
it's
that's not
dogmatism
anything
and it's
to do
circular
with what we're
reasoning.
debating.
It has everything to do with it because
I
you're
don't
saying
believe
that
in
relativism is
foundationalism.
arbitrary, but relativism has
is.
never been viewed as arbitrary ever. It's a philosophical
It wouldn't matter if
system
everybody.
based out of
That's an appeal to
foundationalism.
authority, you idiot.
It's not
The
appeal
fact
to
that
authority at all in
If the
any
fact
way,
that
shape, or
nobody
form.
believed that is an appeal to authority because
Moral
it's a vox
relativism
populi.
is a
That's an appeal to
foundationalism
the,
belief.
It's appeal to the masses,
the reason
you idiot.
why it's not solving Agrippa's trilemma is the same reason
You don't even
presuppositionalism doesn't solve
understand
Agrippa's trilemma.
You don't understand
I
infinite
do
regress.
all the time.
You don't know what
it's the idea that
foundationalism
you
is.
fundamentally cannot
I asked
justify
you
any
what-
axiom
I
at
asked
the end
you
of the
what
day because
justified
that
true
everything
belief
must be
is.
circular,
That
including
doesn't mean you understand it. You're repeating what you read already, you
Presuppositionalism
idiot.
tries to solve Agrippa's trilemma by
repeating memes that you
presupposing
read.
something,
You're
but it
repeating
relies on
memes that you read.
dogmatism.
This only fools idiots who follow destiny when
That-
you just yap because you think you're destiny
Take a bet
and
on
you're
the
garbage
IQ average
destiny.
between
You're
Destiny's
garbage
audience
destiny.
and your audience. Take
Are
a
you
bet on it.
serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The garbage person that you tried
I
to,
would
you
bet
tried to
that
dissociate
the
yourself
education
with?
level between my audience and yours
Wait,
is
yeah,
vastly
your
disparity.
education- that's
Yeah,
the-
it maps onto IQ pretty well.
Oh, really?
Yep, it does.
What, like in the Canadian system that you were educated in?
The significantly
That
better
you didn't know what
education system
justified
in
your belief?
America.
Says who?
ain't got the answers, man. You
Says
ain't
who?
got the answers.
Aren't you guys trying to like
Global
destroy the Department of
standards.
You ain't
Education?
got the answers, Sway.
What?
Aren't you guys trying to destroy the Department of Education? So obviously the system sucks. If the system was working, then you wouldn't want to destroy it.
I ain't drinking up.
I don't believe the state.
That was the most garbled AIDS cringe nonsense I've ever heard in my entire life. Holy crap. We're we're going to a different clip. Okay.
A guy
Arguing
will
about
vent
therapy.
his
Let's do that
frustrations
instead.
About what's going on in his life, and his friend just basically tells him, "Man up, here's a beer." basically, and that's not enough. Sometimes that's not enough. It really is.
It's enough for me tonight.
You know what I'm trying to say, though, is that you're not ever, there's no one size fits all, but I'm saying that I do agree that men need to be heard. Men need to be listened to. I do agree with that.
I think we just need to go to the gym. Like, that shit literally solves every problem. Just go to the gym. Eat healthy and go to the gym. That's it. Problem solved.
I'm not saying that. Like, I'm saying that there's just, for too long, men have been told that they just need to take it.
I think that's good. I think they should take it. I think you should say, man up, stop being a little bitch. I mean, I do that as a father.
Why each other or kill themselves or unalive themselves.
No, they don't. They don't mostly do that though.
I'm just saying that you
Yeah,
can't
our
say,
education
like,
system
don't
is
talk to anybody,
crazy.
Keep it, internalize it, keep it within yourself.
How could you make the link though of teaching men to essentially overcome their emotions, overcome their perceived tribulations by being stronger and stronger, and then you're trying to make a link to, if you teach men to overcome things, that results in them deleting themselves. I don't understand how you're making this jump.
Well, let's just say men and women. Women are a lot more social. Women talk to each other a lot more. Men are more independent. They don't talk to each other, yet you don't see women killing themselves, unaliving themselves.
They're not as good at it.
Unaliving themselves left and right.
Men are better at it.
What?
It's like a force.
They succeed. They can follow through with it. Women fail at it. They attempt it, but they fail more than men. Why is that? In the attempts, in the comparative analysis of attempts,
honestly,
why is the man so successful at it? Like, the women try, but they
Also,
don't do
does
it.
therapy work? Like, in general?
Therapy?
Yes.
Therapy
like, in
absolutely
general,
works.
does therapy work?
I mean, robustly, but I will give you a caveat. Therapy robustly works, by and large. There's a couple of caveats. Therapy is extremely ineffective with incels. Extremely. Incels actually seek therapy more.
Oh, but see, yesterday we established that incels might not exist. They might not. Technically. But also, you know what would work really good for incels? If they ate healthy and went to the gym. If you want to feel good, you work out at Crunch. Yeah, Crunch is good. There's a lot of good gyms out there.
More than the general population, but the efficacy rate for them is about 10%.
I'm not even talking about incels. I'm just speaking in general. Like,
I'm telling you, at data level,
there's certain things
unquestionably
like
it works.
grief counseling, or like if you're specifically trying to address maybe something specific, I guess I could see the application of therapy. But a man just going to see another man or a woman and just, here's my problems.
Well, that's not
Therapy
exactly
doesn't
what therapy
necessarily
is.
mean you have a problem.
Wait, hold on, just to be clear, talk therapy is like the most popular form of therapy that there is.
But
Brian,
you're describing a talk therapy that isn't even like, most men, for example, tend to prefer CBT versus like
Yeah, CBT has some merit to it, but like just talk therapy,
Talk therapy is CBT. CBT is the most common form of therapy, unquestionably. There's a new fourth wave of therapy that is getting a little bit more popular, that's a little bit more emotion focused exclusively. Women tend to like that more, but CBT is very practical.
Who here is currently in therapy?
Amazing.
Okay.
Who here's ever professionally offered therapy?
It depends on the therapist, I would
can,
say.
And how many therapists have you had?
Like 3.
How many therapists have you had? 2. If it's not too much to share, what issues are you guys specifically working through in therapy?
So the thing about therapy is a lot of people think there's a stigma like, oh, he or she is in therapy. And there's that stigma that comes with it. But therapy doesn't, just because you do therapy doesn't necessarily mean that there's something
so you're
wrong
just
with
giving
you.
somebody like $200 an hour.
It's not $200.
Yeah, but he asked you.
Can you answer my question though? What specifically are you working on in therapy?
Sometimes I talk about things in my life that made me upset, for example.
Why can't you talk to a pillow?
Here, and
Because
what's your?
I'd rather
are
talk.
Because I know people are.
Yeah.
Are you specifically working through something in particular?
Yeah, childhood trauma.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. I guess the question is though, sometimes you go this therapy stuff. Has it helped you? Talking about it?
Honestly, it has to be the right therapist. I currently have one that I stopped seeing because I agree with you. It's just like talking to a wall, and she was like, yeah.
And first off, I'm very sorry to hear that you went through traumatic things when you were a child. I think a lot of people go through that. Have you found that, and this is my experience sometimes with talking about anything that is troubling, I find that talking about it just makes me more upset. It doesn't help at all. It sort of, what's the word for it? It just sort of recycles the feelings, and sometimes I just, if it's something like temporary that I'm upset about, talking about it and focusing on it just makes me more upset about said thing. And if I'm given a couple days to just not talk about it, I tend to just move on past the thing that was troubling, and I'm good. Now, I can understand perhaps with something that's like a bit more deep-seated and like, you know, you're not going to get over, you know, I'm talking about more of a minor thing, but even things that in the moment are troubling to me.
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talented freelancers for anything we need.
If I just wait a week, yeah, I'm over it.
So when I'm in therapy, we practice something where with trauma, they want you to be, to feel what you felt when you had that trauma, to overcome.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just like go to the gym. Like a lot. Like just go to the gym. Solves everything.
The idea of like, I don't want to think about it, you know, hush, like it's under the rug, because you're not really working through it if you're just not talking about it and you're just putting it under the rug or hiding it. Talking through it and having that emotional reaction is actually helping you as a person. It helped me. It has to be the right therapist. Like, again, if the therapist is just nodding her head or his or her head, just saying yes, 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 and not actually asking questions, engaging, trying to understand my perspective, or even interjecting and saying, hey, like, what you just said is not correct, like that's cognitive behavioral therapy, then there's no, it's not.
Can I ask you a more of like an empirical question? How do you measure whether or not you've sort of worked your way through something? Let's say like, here's a problem. In between these two things is therapy, and here's you've made your way through. What's the metric for you've made your way through the problem?
There's never a way, I made a way through my problem. I will always live with that. It's unfortunate, but it's the way I am able to react to it, handle it, and talk about it.
Do you want to know the empirical metrics that we use in the science to evaluate? So there's a couple of metrics that are going to be used. One of the most important ones is days off work. So one of the most important metrics for the efficacy of therapy is to see how often that person has to take off work for mental health related issues. So this is one of the most robust.
People take off work for mental health related issues? Actually? Any of you ever taken off work for mental health related issues? Interesting.
Evidences for support for therapy is that people who have gone through therapy miss work less often. Another really good measure of therapy efficacy would be things like relationship flourishing. So if they, prior to therapy, struggled in relationships, can't maintain them very well, and post-therapy have relationship flourishing, that's oftentimes used, and you see this robustly. Like when I'm saying robustly, I mean millions, maybe billions of data points, right? So this is an extremely established phenomenon that by and large therapy works. There are bad therapists, and there is a pathologizing of normal living that I would totally grant, where people are like, I'm really sad, I need to go to therapy. I'm like, you could probably just talk to a friend. Like, you probably don't need to. But there are things like trauma, for example, that have very
Don't talk to your friends. Go to the gym.
neurobiological underlyings that have very, very well-researched protocols for addressing these things. And the thing that she's describing, where essentially you're calling the emotion and the memory forward and reconsolidating it, is
some big tech companies in the Bay offer it. My sister had it when she worked at Google. Yeah, but like, people actually take them? Well, I mean, I guess if they were like a part of my allocated days off, then I'd just like be like, oh yeah, I'm having emotional problems today. I'll see you guys next week. You know? Like if I'm getting paid. But it wouldn't be legitimate. Like, that's interesting.
is based on hippocampal data. We know that when you pull a memory forward and you reform it, every time you re-experience that memory, you're recoding it with like emotional colors. And so the goal of like PTSD therapy would be reduction of nightmares, reduction of days off, and reduction of flashbacks. And it doesn't always work. There are some people that it is not.
Well, that's like PTSD therapy, though. I thought we were just talking about like regular person stuff. Just go to the gym.
Effective on, and there are other ways, but for example, prolonged exposure is what it sounds like you're talking about, is extremely effective on average by and large. However, there is a caveat here again, which is that overall we said that therapy is slightly less effective for men, and I would argue that's because we approach therapy almost exclusively from a more feminine approach, and there can be therapies, and there are therapies that focus on more mechanical movement. For example, teaching.
Exactly. Now she's getting there. It's less effective for men because they need to focus on mechanical movements, like going to the gym. That's the therapy for us. And eating healthy. Going to the gym is pointless if you don't also eat healthy. She's talking like she came back from the Vietnam War. Well, she's not in therapy. She does therapy. So like she offers therapy, or did at one point in the past offer therapy. The two girls that said they do therapy are like the last two on the end over there.
Teaching men to externalize, having therapy that's focused outdoors and with movement, talking about like project-related processing. These things do exist and are beginning to emerge because I think men have been underserved by therapy.
Well, it's like like you said. You said that you'd way rather just not talk about it, wait out a week. I personally want to talk about it. Well, I can't let it sit within.
You know, there's some variance here. I think you made some good points, and I think that when I'm talking about therapy, I'm not talking about it so much from like trauma stuff, more so like vaguely sad. Like I'm vaguely unhappy. There's not like a specific traumatic experience I'm trying to work through. It's more so just like I'm vaguely upset or sad about something, or I just like, or perhaps the problem's been solved, but I'm just going to be perpetually in therapy.
Yeah.
That's kind of confusing to me too.
Mild to moderate depression and anxiety, by and large, particularly when it's state, which means like you're feeling sad, it's not like a diagnosis, can be solved by community. If you just immerse that person into a community that supports them, most of these things go away, because most people.
You can find that community at the gym.
Are sad because they're lonely.
Sure. Final thing on the therapy thing, just in response to you, you said you want to talk about things and stuff. Sorry, you want to talk about things?
Yeah, like I got a therapist after that 1.5 year breakup because I just couldn't put it on my friends to listen to me 24/7.
Sure.
Like, because I'd be so anxious, so depressed, like. It was
yeah, but do you feel like if I can make it from a relationship realm, I don't feel the need to, like, for example, if I'm dating a girl and she does something that's annoying or something, I don't feel the need to, like, in every instance, if somebody's like said something that's like whatever, kind of annoying, or I don't feel the need to constantly litigate every single minor thing. I think part of being in a relationship is giving the other person grace and like letting like minor things
unless they
slide.
put the toilet paper the wrong way.
Oh yeah, of course, then you've got to
then it's over.
You know, but I think that like a component of relationships is giving the other person grace to like maybe, especially this is especially the case for women, I think. Like if we say something that offends you, maybe let a couple things slide, you know? I don't know. I've had girls who are like every fucking thing.
I don't think I was really necessarily saying.
Fascinating. That one was pretty boring. What else we got? Feminist is happy men face a loneliness epidemic. Interesting title.
It's really valuable to know how your competitors' overall digital marketing is performing. With SimilarWeb, you can do
You disagree with the host and others that have been on the show when it comes to the male loneliness epidemic.
We're going to go to a new
that
topic
that
soon.
exists because women are largely waking up to the tricks
Probably after this video.
Guys pull, and that's just the free market doing its thing by weeding out weak men.
I do.
What tricks are guys pulling and that women are waking up to?
I mean, just in general, gaslighting.
What is that? I don't even know what that means.
Gaslighting is kind of like if I said like.
I'm gaslighting you right now.
Yeah, literally.
I do know.
Okay, well.
Sorry. What is gaslighting?
You don't know what gaslighting is because you're fucking crazy.
No, what is gaslighting though?
I mean, I don't have like a definitive definition.
You don't even know. I think it's just a buzzword women like to throw out.
It's not that. It's definitely. I can define it as like if I'm defining it as a verb, where it's like it's as if I said you did something, or you saw like a text that I sent or something, and then you're saying like I saw you send this text, and I'm like no you didn't, even though.
That's how she knows feminism is work because of the the title. Yeah, we'll see what she means.
So you saw it. I'm now making you question whether you actually saw it or not. That's just like something
it's crazy
like
making. It's from a movie. This guy like tries to make his wife go crazy by like moving everything like slightly to the left. It's the gaslighting comes from. It's not a psychological psychotherapy word. People weaponize it like that, but it's not from psychological science.
I realize it's a phenomenon. But
I guess what I'm trying to say is that there is an influx of a lot of men who want, as I said earlier in the podcast, someone who wants like a traditional woman, but they aren't willing to be actually traditional men. Mm-hmm. And, seeing as how, like, would you guys say you guys are free market? Free market, like you guys say free market's the best, like capitalism's not perfect, but it's the best system we've got.
I mean, I've never spoken on my...
It is the best system we have. It definitely needs like a certain amount of regulation. I like to say stakeholder capitalism is the best system we could potentially have at this point in time.
Economic.
I'm just saying that a lot of conservative leaning men will say that I support free market.
Yeah, I don't think you should like dump toxic sludge into rivers and stuff in the government.
Yeah, no, but then what I was getting at is that like, well, a lot of women say that these guys are really low quality, so let me hold on and like wait longer to see a guy that does come along who is a better quality man. And that leads to a lot of the weaker men who aren't as traditional and aren't really high quality. It leaves them without anybody to go with them, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I guess that's what I was getting at, is that...
Are you saying left?
I don't understand what she just said. I need to back this up a little bit.
These guys are really low quality, so let me hold on and like wait longer to see a guy that does come along who is a better quality man. And that leads to a lot of the weaker men who aren't as traditional and aren't really high quality. It leaves them without anybody to go with them, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
So basically she's red-pilled? I'm so confused.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I guess that's what I was getting at.
Bro, Kyla's face right now, she's just like, what the fuck is this girl talking about?
Is that...
Are you saying left-leaning liberal?
I support Ancapistan. I used to be a libertarian. ANCAP type individual.
Liberals or men who aren't leaning traditional are more depressed, or what do you...
No, I haven't said that.
I was just wondering, like, who's the lonely people here? What's the demographic of the lonely men here?
A lot of men that...
Yo, I'll tell you who the lonely men is. It's the terminally online. That's who it is. You got to get offline, guys. You got to do stuff in the real world. Can't just be on dating apps to try to talk to women. You have to talk to them in real life. Okay?
Say there is a male loneliness epidemic.
And you got to make friends at the gym. Okay?
Epidemic tends to be harsh right wing, not like just like conservative. I'm not thinking
you're saying the opposite.
Not like normal like traditional conservatives. I'm talking people who go off the deep end. And they say that there's
in fairness, if you actually look at incel research, it's extremely politically diverse. It's also like racially politically diverse. Yeah, it's like I think it's a right wing talking point because the left the left is so angry at men. Like the left and left speak, like I'm a left wing person. I advocate for men's stuff all the time. And as a result of that, I'm a pariah in a lot of left spaces, right? Mm-hmm. The left really doesn't want to be honest with itself about like plights and issues that men have. But like yeah, even incel data, you have like, there's like communists all the way to like fascists within the incel ideology, by and large, from what, this is like Costello's research at least.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
so thank you.
people expect it to be right wing, but it actually isn't.
How do you
it's just the people who
determine
talk about it
someone's
are.
involuntarily celibate versus?
This is like a
Like, how do you even know?
Can women be?
Yeah, boys, don't forget, we established last night that probably, maybe incels don't even actually exist technically, definitionally. Maybe. Oof, I don't actually know. Oh, wait, no, we decided they do exist because there probably is someone that even no prostitute is willing to sleep with. And that guy is an incel because he literally can't, no matter what. Okay. So she's talking about that one guy.
Like, how do you even determine someone? Is it a self-ID thing or?
Yeah, I think the men who self-ID as that are essentially they're trying to get pussy and
they can't.
They cannot do it, but they'll also like, they would never like approach a grandma and like get pussy, which they probably could if they.
Grandma.
Oh, and to answer your question, Brian, yeah, there are like women.
Not my grandma, Kyla. Jesus. Oh, doggy.
It was in response to the grandma pussy comment.
There are like women who fall under involuntary celibates, but in buzzword spaces,
suffragettes.
They're called femcells. Is kind of like what they call them.
It's impossible. A woman can't be involuntarily celibate.
Well, she could be really, really, really ugly, right? And then it's like most men won't want to fuck her, but
Most. But all? I don't know about that. I don't know.
incels, for example, would never fuck a grandma, but there's a lot of grandmas that probably would be down for some young dick and would be.
Kyla, is this really the argument you want to be making right now?
Pretty open to how ugly a dude would look, but most guys would be like, ew, right? So it's like, yeah, but also the incel phenomena, the femcells do steal a lot of valor from incels, which have a very different problem, by and large.
Get it, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, hold on, let me let this chat come through. Or actually, wait, I'll
The
adjust.
incels are gonna be so mad.
Now, where are you getting this information? You mentioned the science earlier. What science?
Which information?
The
like
incel
which part?
science. He's asking about the incel
William
science.
Costello is probably one of the most like foremost researchers on incel stuff. He's the first researcher who's actually tried to approach incel groups honestly. Most research on incels is like, do they hate women? Yes, they do. And it's like, well, shocker. He's the first one who's like befriended, worked.
Yeah, Godspeed. It was right. It was disgusting.
With incel groups and studied them, like where they are in their like forums and stuff like that.
Like Jane Goodall.
Like
Jane Goodall, but for incels.
Yes. I'll let him know.
I'll let these chats come through. Thank you, Blawfest.
Blawfest donated $200.
Thank you, man.
I'm a high-quality, hard-working, respectful and traditional man. I love my wife and my girlfriend so much I don't think I have it in my heart to cheat on them.
All right. Thank you, Blawfest, for the big $200 TTS. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go to the gym twice tomorrow to get that grandma thing out of my head.
We have your friend Intel Wild coming in to talk some shit, Kyla, so incoming.
Oh, my best buddy.
Thank you, Blawfest. Appreciate it, man. If you guys want $69 TTS,
Intel Wild donated
streamlabs.com/whatever.
$69. Sweet Jesus, not so bright. Please cover up that stomach. We can see
Damn,
the
what the
jelly
fuck?
rolls
Chill out.
bursting out.
All right. We found an incel.
You know that
Intel
this
Wild,
dude's
be
fat.
nice.
You know that this guy is some like fat motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Intel Wild.
I'm definitely heavier than like I said, I'm at the end of a bulk. I am definitely heavier.
That's been out.
Mine is a little bit out. I just don't care.
Wow.
Like, yeah.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I guess see me in 2 months, see if the bulk pays, the cutting pays
so
off.
to you, though, you think that there's, like, femcells exist? Women can be involuntarily celibate?
I think so. I mean, not necessarily in a buzzword sense, yes. Like a woman who's like a misandrist, hates men. I could say that, yeah, that's a femcel. Like someone who just hates men with like, you know, I could see that.
Yeah, but
That's just not what that means. I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't really put much thought into it because I don't think about themselves.
Just curious though, do you think like guys who are mega players who have smashed like 200, 300 women, do you think they're like the pinnacle of feminism, or do you think they probably have like some misogynistic tendencies, or they also maybe have like some views on women that are not particularly like well received by feminists?
I could see it, yeah. I
Like
could see that.
mega players probably don't have like super high opinions
I agree.
of women.
I can see that, yeah.
Versus like the average guy. They're probably, I would say like mega players probably lean more misogynistic than like your average guy who has like an average body count. So this idea that like we're linking like one's ability to get laid with misogyny is kind of interesting, but I genuinely don't see how like, I suppose a particular woman could be involuntarily celibate. Like she's just like 800 pounds and like even like
she lives in like barren Siberian forest, and there's no other human beings anywhere near her. That's how.
Just bad looking.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you look at like these incel men, like probably a lot of them are below average looking, I would say.
Okay. They're not talking about the thing they started talking about anymore. That one was pretty boring. We are switching gears. How long has it been? We'll watch one more video. Are we going to switch gears? You know what? Actually, we're going to get into this stuff tomorrow. Corno guys are actually the best because they actually... Yeah, that's it. That's the answer. You found it. All right. All right. Been in 4 hours. We're gonna call it for tonight. I will not be back tomorrow. I will be posting some videos on my channel tomorrow, though. And then we will be back for stream on Monday, and probably Monday night, and then probably Wednesday and Thursday night will be the next 3 times that we're live. So I'm not going to be live tomorrow, but I will see you guys on Monday. And I will be putting up some prepared content tomorrow. Probably it'll be clips from stream. So if you were here all night, you will already have seen them. If you're new here, don't forget to like and subscribe. And I hope you all have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Godspeed. Wi-Fi. Who else was in chat recently? We had our boy Chris and Bucky Buchanan. Thanks you guys for hanging out, and I will see you all on